Hear me now. I get it. You can hear me now, but then you've got this insert going. So I'm just going to have to shut down YouTube today. I'm sure we're going to get some comments, but there's nothing I can do. Yeah, you can hear me now, but now you've got this insert, and I guess, and it's very disruptive. I understand anyway. That little insert there. I cannot broadcast unless I have this insert, which is not normal, obviously. So unless you tell you what, I'll leave it up. I'll leave it up. You can hear me, but just, don't complain about the screen because how's that? Okay, if the insert is not an issue, then I'll leave it up like this today, okay? And I'll try to figure out after hours what's going on. I just have, guys, take a look at Irene. 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 I have this one thumbnailed. This is why I'm seeing it. Boy, what a run it's been on. Okay, that's okay, William. So I'm going to be shutting the main room down at around 3 anyway. So William will not be able to keep the room open until 4 like he normally does. Just to let you guys know. So Gree, Gree. Another Bitcoin play, crypto play. So I'm really just waiting for the first one in the this combo scan. Haven't got anything yet. All right, guys, let's see. Take a look at this BUR. So the pre-market high. I didn't see this one in the pre-market. I think there's just so many. Look at this market. Look at this first green candle, guys, wiping out that 1 hour so far. That 1 hour straight down. Amazing, isn't it? No trade of the week this week. No, no trade of the week this week, and no trade of the week probably next week. Okay. There was some restructuring going on DT25. Okay. We saw the same thing with NVDS yesterday. Okay. There's some kind of restructuring going on with all of those ETFs. I don't know. I shouldn't say all those ETFs, but if you look at the ETF, the specific ETFs for Tesla and also NVIDIA, you see these big gap downs. So there's some kind of restructuring going on. Yesterday was NVDS. Today it's Today it's the long versions of those two. So I have no explanation for it. When you say it's working now, you mean it's working completely well? No insert either, which is nice. The insert went away. Ah, I think Michael Noss might have. Okay, now I can I can start to concentrate on what's happening here. So yeah, look at this opening 15-minute candle, guys. Wiping out, as I say, we had 1 hour straight down, and then that opening 15-minute candle on the spine just basically wiped that all out. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Sorry, let me get rid of that. Yeah, somebody said yesterday it was a dividend. Yeah, that might have been you, Tank. In fact, so kudos to Michael Noss because I think somehow he fixed it. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, of course. Okay, guys, up, wow, up from yesterday, probably up. Well, I know it's up. It's making a new high, and it's so the high of yesterday was 446. Hmm. I just asked him. Okay, guys, so I'm just waiting now for anything happening in this window right there, the combo scan. Let me just call it the combo scan. Okay. Again, we don't get too many alerts. We only had two yesterday. In fact, and they both work to some extent, especially the SSYS. Well, the other thing, Pepe, is maybe a complete reboot of my system. My computer might have solved it too, but for whatever reason, of course. Now, FUSN showed up in the AI again today. Okay, that was an AI alert yesterday. You can see that little buy flag right there. It was pretty choppy yesterday, but but it's showing up again today. 880 is the suggested entry. Oh man, look at this BUR. When you say you couldn't save it, you mean what do you mean you couldn't save it? The formula. You went into the account management and you created a formula, or you couldn't get to that step at all. Just the formula? Okay. Um, I think it was this, right? High underscore pre greater than high underscore P. That was the formula. So that's the high in the pre-market greater than the high yesterday. Okay. And then when you create it, it'll be a filter. And then just put one in the min box to make that statement true. So you can see this BUR. It's not well. It is optionable, but it's only at 383 contracts so far, 43%. But it so this is why. So if you've got my Momo scan, you're going to see more alerts. Okay, in it. This one, and I kind of like this. Just showing stocks that are less than 500 contracts. Sometimes it'll be zero. Sometimes it'll be just there'll be some contracts. And over here, of course, are the scans or the stocks that have at least 500 plus contracts. Okay, another crypto play, guys. Now, today, it makes sense that some of these crypto plays are moving. Look at Bitcoin, whereas yesterday didn't make as much sense. Bitcoin was down yesterday. Look at this range this BITO has been in. High 22, low of 20, just kind of stuck in the middle here. Well, it's not real. I mean, it's moving, but understand, just like I was saying, I mean, it's just sort of stuck in a range though. So, right now it's just a trading vehicle. I mean, look at again, this is not exactly the Bitcoin price. Of course, it's not the Bitcoin price, but this is what I use to sort of chart to see what's happening with Bitcoin typically. But it's just a trading vehicle right now. So if you're asking, like, why was it down yesterday? Why is it up today? No idea. Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that, Zebra or Zebo. Sorry, Zebo. Boy, look at this BUR. It's been basically straight up since the market opened, taking out the pre-market highs now. Trying to see if there's any reason for this BUR to be moving like it is. Aha! So it's something to do with Argentina. Okay, jumps on a report. Argentina considers bond to pay for $16 billion judgment relating to a 2012 renationalization of the state-run energy company YPF. Okay, well, wish I know Shady mentioned next. I didn't have any chance to take a look at this NXU. All right, what the heck is going on with this one? NXU. Okay, I don't know why this is all muddled up. Says the float is 203 million, but this is halted now. NXU halted again. Ooh, Steve. Ah, a reverse split today. One for 150. Okay. So that means the float is a little over a million then. Yeah, I have to divide that 203 million float by 150. So this is a reverse split today. No, this was the answer, Pepe. So not really. Oh, guys, this is the other reverse split today, right? One for 30, I think, reverse split today, LIDR. So again, that float will not be 130 million. All right, now there's any did show up in the combo scan. Now the issue I've got, of course, a little bit extended. So we're seeing some crazy action on these reverse splits the day of even. It's not, I started seeing this last week. I can't remember. I think there were a couple last week. When you say as far as it goes for integration, yeah, if you're talking about maybe using this window to trade from within Trade Ideas using Questrade, no, you can't. But your step is that's a well. When you say that's about it, what more would you want other than being able to use this window? But it's only available if you have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade to use this window to trade. It's certainly not mandatory, of course, to use this window even if you have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade. But it's just a big time saver. The external linking tool is just a great time saver. If you're somebody like myself who's clicking on many symbols during the course of the day, it'd be a real pain to have to type it into the order entry. But yeah, from within Crest Trade now you just trade. No, I know they don't totally follow each other, but in terms of BITO, I know they don't totally, but it's for me it's decent enough to be following it on a daily basis. I mean, I think I rarely see BITO being down and Bitcoin being up or vice versa. Well, right. Well, Mara had some specific news that Riot did not have. Okay. I mean, Riot has lagged. There's no question. But Mara had some news back here that has kept it in the forefront. I think it had some news back here or this day right here. So Mara has been kind of because you're absolutely right. Mara and Riot used to almost trade in lockstep, but I mean, Mara had some news which I think elevated it past Riot. Yeah, it's a tough spread too on this LiDAR. Okay, 335, 348, 340, 348. It sort of widens, shrinks, widens. So GCT is making a bit of a comeback here. Had a nice day yesterday. It was a big mover last week. Then it dropped for 3 days. Yesterday had a decent day. Now it's above that high, 1692, well above it. There's the next high looking left on the daily chart. Okay, that red line. So 1867. So it's got still a dollar to go before it would hit that. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course. OMGA, guys. OMGA showing up here. OMGA. Now, my problem would be, so this it's at 328 right now. And if I look left on the weekly chart, the next high is 355. I mean, it's not bad. And here's SDIG. What a run this crypto play has been on, SDIG. Boy, some of these runs, guys, over the last few days. Look at this Miggy. I mean, we've seen this one. I mean, I remember seeing this one a few weeks ago. But look at this run. I mean, a 57-cent stock up to 329 now. This was a 57-cent stock the week of November 27th. So about a month ago. I just can't chase it. SDIG is continuing to make new highs here. SDIG continuing to make new highs. So NAS is up a little, Dow's up a little, SPY's up a little. Okay, where could any go here? I want to see where any could go. Man, can't see. I'm going to have to get the monthly chart up to see where the next high is. Looks like it's coming into the next high on the daily chart. You'd have to really scroll back. So over a year ago, before we see those highs, I know it's very hard to see in this monthly chart, but that red line is telling me where the next high on the month on the daily chart is. It's about a year, well over a year ago. And the reason I'm looking at any is because it's the only one so far in this. I mean, it is extended. That's the issue. It's extended. When I say extended, I would like to see it maybe base a little bit. Meanwhile, this crypto play continues to keep moving, guys. SDIG, not optionable. That's why it's not showing up here. Certainly a 10-day daily breakout. Relative volume is fine, but it's not optionable. So that's why it's not showing up here. I remember seeing this one yesterday. OMEX, OMEX, OMEX. Wow, what a choppy weekly chart, daily chart for OMEX. Choppy, topping tails, bottoming tails. Really tough to hold something like this probably intraday. 465 is the next high looking left for that one, for OMEX. Boy, the LIDR guys. I mean, the spread is not terrible right now, but again, a 1 for 30, right? 1 for 30 reverse split today. So really that float is about 4.5 million, okay? It's not 134 million. It has not been split adjusted yet. Okay, guys, I am continuing to watch the Eni. So I think what I'm going to do is just put an alert around 372, the high of the bodies of those two candles, and see if that comes back a little bit later in the day. Meanwhile, CYTK, had a huge move and then a pretty big pullback. Looks like it's trying to move again, CYTK. Got up to 83.91. and had some, well, obviously the market thought the news was awesome, so this is why this one is moving. Keep an eye on the CYTK guys, especially if it reclaims 77. I think traders will be looking at this 84 high up here and see if it continues to move here. That's the CYTK. Hey guys, keep an eye on it. 77 CYTK flirting around with that 77 mark again. Volume is what time is it now? 10:13. So another minute and a half for this candle to close. So the volume is still pretty good. There still looks like there's an interest in CYTK. Now, yeah, crazy action on the SPY on this. Who know? I don't know what's happened here. I mean, this might be some macro news or something. I don't know what's going on here. Big red candle on the SPY. So if you're in anything that is kind of market dependent, look out. I mean, that's a big, big red candle. Meanwhile, SDIG doesn't care. So this is a classic alpha stock, guys, not caring at all what the market's doing. SDIG. But is it going to surprise anybody if that gets replaced with a big green bar? Boy, keep an eye on that CYTK, guys. If it gets back to 77, that might get it rolling again for a while anyway. Okay, guys, I took some of this CYTK. Not very well. I've got a pretty wide stop, but it's got some room, of course. So I want to see where it can go. Really good, you know. All right, wow. It's still pretty jumpy. Got some out around the 77.80 mark. That's the CYTK. Still pretty jumpy, getting a little bit spready. All right, Grieve, where could this go? Next high looking left, 18, 18, I wish. 840, 850 is the next high. Looking left for Grieve, Gree. And another crypto play, guys. I'd be more inclined to hold on to this CYTK, except for the big pullback it had. But yeah, maybe get a bid of 78, get that thing running again. The CYTK. Kind of like that. No, wrong one. I was looking at, sorry guys, I was looking at NetEase, NTES. I thought, oh my gosh, it really popped. But I was looking at NTES, which is having a bit of a bounce here now, guys. It got hammered down. It's still down 4%, but hammered down. Okay, KOPN. KOPN, big float, 106 million in the float, so certainly not low. The next high looking left is around 232 on the weekly chart. 232, yes, on the weekly chart anyway. KOPN. And what are they involved in? Oh, it doesn't look like it's a Bitcoin play. All right. So unfortunately, it did not take out 78. So I'm out of the CYTK. I'm going to put an alert at 78, just see if it takes it out later. They got right to 78 and it didn't quite take it out. So I'm going to put an alert up here, 7807. And it, all right, Annie is back a little bit. Hmm. Wish it had a little bit more room to run until it hit that whole number, but may not matter. All right, where could FUSN go? I mean, we're looking left on a weekly chart. We can't see anything. I'm going to check the monthly chart. This is a check. Where is the next high in the monthly chart? So it looks like it's getting pretty darn close. If you look at these 2 months over here, that's 950. That's 950. That's 941. So we're at 913. The high today looks like it is around 936. So it got right into these highs on the monthly chart. So I don't know. Gonna have will it have more room to keep running? Now, the same thing with the up here. Up, I wish these weren't so darn cheap. I mean, the up and any, and I love the scan, but not in love with the alerts today. Reason being, I mean, up to me could easily stall around 5. The next high looking left on the daily chart looks like it is maybe just a little over 5 for up. Yeah. So, I mean, look at the any. I mean, to me, I don't know. I just don't like these really cheap ones. No, better I'll rephrase that. I don't like the cheap ones that are, number one, close to a whole number, but also when you look left, it doesn't appear to be that much room. Now, I may be completely wrong. Up might just blast right through 5. Steve, when you say a link to the site, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the main room, or are you talking about my homepage with all the scans? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room? So what do you mean by link to my site, to the site? Are you talking about my homepage? Which I'm gonna go over right now, in fact, 1026. The main room, okay. Oh, there's CYTK, guys. Now I'm not in it right now. I'm looking maybe to get back in it. So here is the link. So for those of you on YouTube that want to come into the main room, a lot more action in the main room, more traders there, more interaction amongst the traders. So the only reason I got a little jumpy on the CYTK was because of what happened here. I mean, it had that big pop up and then a big drop, almost a $10 drop. But of course, that was also the reason I took it because it had a bit of a magnet. Traders could look at this and go, well, I mean, it did get up to 83, 84. But you can always, you always think, man, could that big drop happen again? Look at this crazy market, guys. A massive red bar, and now this next bar, which is another little over 2 minutes to close, is trying to counteract it. All right, let's take a look at my homepage and what you can find on my homepage, including all the scans that I'm currently sharing. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here. So there's still a good promo on right now, 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, if you at some point in time are going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. This will really help to keep this room free. The goal is to keep the room free. And how we do it is if you use my promo code. Okay. Now, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. Your first video, the download and install, first startup and login, important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. You must do this at least. I wouldn't look at the doc layout, okay? I don't know really why that's there. I don't think it's necessary. But anyway, 10 short videos, 30 minutes out of your life, okay? It is a software program. So as like any other software program, a bit of a learning curve. All right, give me one moment here now. BUR, just triggered. Now, here's the issue. Look at that red line right there. If it takes that out, that is the next high on the daily chart, okay? You cannot see that on the daily chart. I'd have to scroll back, but it would have been in this month. It was back in September, okay? That's what that red line is. That's showing me where the next high on the daily chart is. So obviously very close. If it takes it out, then it's got some room. So I'm going to stick an alert right around that high and see if it takes it out later. And that's for the BUR. Something to do with Argentina. Okay, let me continue on with my, now that I've got my alert set, we continue on with my home page. So there's the getting started. Now, if you're new to trading, we've got a nice series of videos for you. And Michael Noss at Trader Ideas put this together. Starts off as basic as you can get. The first video is, what is a stock? One moment. Oh gosh, it's BUR, guys. I'm just waiting to see how well it holds at 16. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just watching this BUR 1602, 1605 on the bid ask. Okay, let's see if this has any room to keep running. Okay, Burr, keep going. Sorry, guys, I have to interrupt my spiel about what's on my homepage. If I'd been a little more aggressive, taking it right here at 1591, which I did not, you know me, I like to wait for that whole number to break. Well, maybe you don't know me, but I like to see that whole number broken. Okay, guys, just on watch here with the BUR. Another one that's powering here. It's probably a Bitcoin play, right? BBLG? No, Bone Biologics. Bone Biologics. All right. I just took some off of the BUR, guys. I'm going to hold on and see if it has a bigger run in it. So I've sort of protected some profit now. BBL, was it a reverse split today? Well, it must have been a reverse split a while back because 345, crazy low float. 345,000 shares in the float. So that is a crazy, crazy. Was it affected today? Reverse split today? Oh, I don't see this. I'm just looking at a headline. I don't see anything in our news either about the reverse split effective today. Usually we see something. I'm not saying it's not a reverse. Oh, last Wednesday. Okay, okay. It makes more sense. Thank you. All right, guys. Well, so trading 101, as I was interrupted, trading 101. So if you're new to trading, please take a look at this. This is a free series of videos for you. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week is free. Now, no trades of the week this week or next week, okay? No trade of the week. Usually you'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. Steve is taking this week and next week off. An education section is here. We have a great user guide. There's that getting started again. So if you want a lot more detail about what an alert window is, there's the A window, a top list window. You want some information about stock racing, price alerts. You see me using price alerts all the time, okay? Now, again, if you're new to this, don't get hung up on how much we have in this user guide. You do not have to learn everything. It's like any other software program. You don't have to learn everything that's in the manual. But certainly what I would look at are alert windows and top list windows at the very, very least. Okay. There's a getting started series again. So daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday. It should be Jamie. I'll verify that before I do take my break, and I'll put the YouTube link in to the main room so you can head over and listen to Jamie. If it is Jamie, look at this market. Man, we're in a real topsy-turvy one now. Meanwhile, Fusion didn't listen to me. It kept moving. And last, if you're looking for my scan, so if you click on my homepage link, you'll be at the top here. Scroll down to the middle section right there, and here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Those will tell me what stocks are gapping up and down in the pre-market. Pulse resumes is over here. Now this is the momentum scan. If you load the scan here, it's going to look a little bit different from this. Okay, you don't have to make any alteration if you don't want to. But what I decided to do is to maximize the number of option contracts here to no more than 500. Why? Well, I'll explain that a little bit when I go over the option activity. Okay. You don't have to do the same thing if you don't want to. And then here is the abnormal option activity scan right there. And then this is the one that I pay attention to all day long. The abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily combo. And it's right here. That's where I found the burr. These two, I said I didn't love them. A little too cheap, a little too extended. The burr, it hasn't been bad. I mean, it hasn't been awesome. If I took it right at 1591, would have been a lot better, but I just don't do that. I'd like to see a whole number break. So those are my scans that I'm currently sharing. And again, this is a support room also. So I know it's a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have any questions about the program or other general type questions, don't be shy, ask away, okay? So in general, what is this program? Oh, this is the VRIC. We saw this one last week, I believe. VIRC, yeah. So this is almost a lifetime high. Yeah, I remember this one. I don't think I'd seen it until last week. So the lifetime high is right up here. Looks like it's at 1216. Low float, 12 million in the float. Not a ton of volume, 4.5 times normal, but not a ton of volume, but just fairly steady up ever since $6. Can you send an alert directly off the chart with the mouse? Oh, good. Okay. Instead of having to enter manually. Okay, I'm glad you figured it out. I'm not sure what you meant by that exactly, because if you want to set a price alert, you always have to do it manually. Oh, I see what you mean. I see. So yeah, right click, and then that brings up the create price alert. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. There are a lot of screening programs out there that you can buy, but we are a scanner. Now we have obviously screening capabilities. So let me show you what I'm talking about. If I look specifically at this window that I call Momo less than 500 contracts, okay? So if I right click, configure, and click on summary. So this is the screening aspect. So this is what I'm looking for in this particular real-time alert scan. So if the stock is between $1 and $100, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This is time sensitive, 10:42 Eastern time. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, 400% of normal. Now, this is what I added, okay? So if you've got my Momo scan, you don't have this, you can add it if you want. I don't want the option. I want the option volume to be less than 499 contracts. And I'll explain that when I go over this one. So the bottom line, though, is that all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was, let me bring it up again, was GRE at 1041, 1041 Eastern time when it hit 857. Now it's 1042 right now. So since then, no other stocks, have met these filter requirements. This is the trigger, the new high of the day. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. If I click on search this time instead of the summary, these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. And again, don't get hung up on how many we've got. This is the new high of the day, the new low of the day. These are the two most popular alerts that we've got, real-time alerts that we've got, but we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down till we see these icons, these are the filters we've got. Again, don't get hung up on how many we have. You do not have to learn them all. The only reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they tried to create enough different real-time alerts and and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But remember, you don't have to learn them all. I mean, if you have any idea about trading, if you're not new to trading, yeah, you can kind of scroll through them. And if you see something you like, you might want to try it. But if you're new to trading, don't get hung up on how many we've got. Okay. You do not have to learn them all. Meanwhile, this market has gone a little schizo today, guys. Well, first of all, before the market opened, we were an hour straight down. Then we had that giant green can to wipe that hour out. Looked like it was going to continue. Then the 10 o'clock, 15-minute SPY candle wipes all that out. The next one almost tried to wipe out the red candle, but now the red. So we're all over the place today so far. So I am what you call a momentum trader. Okay, so my and intraday. So a day trader, intraday, however you want to brand it. So all I'm looking for, or what my goal all day long, is to find stocks that are trading abnormally. So we've got one excellent filter to start off with, and that's the relative volume filter. So when I see 5, for instance, for BTBT, that means this is trading 5 times normally up to this time of day in terms of volume. Okay, so that is abnormal. One would be average. One would be normal. So this is 5 times normal. Okay, so that's one way to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Another way that I do it is to check out their option volume. I don't trade options, but I want to find out if stocks are having an abnormal option volume day also. So when we look at AMPX as an example, So the minimum here in this particular scan has to be at least 500 contracts. That's why, if you notice, I put this one less than 499. The reason I did that is that we were getting too many duplicates here that were showing up here. So what I thought I'd do is, first of all, this is going to pick up the stocks that are not optional at all, like ITRM with zero. And then, here's a degree, 15 contracts a day. But still might be very interesting to see them, even though they don't really trade that many options. This focuses on the stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. So when I look at this one, again, 934 contracts, that represents 210% or almost a little over two times normal, what it would normally have done. So if I can kind of combine that, if I can see stocks that are trading abnormally in terms of volume plus abnormal option volume, I really want to key in on those stocks. So that's my whole kind of methodology all day long. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. And I'm going to reset my price alert now for BUR over that high right there again, around 1605, and see if later on in the day. So again, this is my favorite scan right there. Doesn't give too many alerts over the course of the day. But just because I get an alert there doesn't mean I just hop into the trade. I mean, you saw when I was talking about the up and the ante, didn't love them, a little bit cheap, but also close, close to some little resistance areas that I saw. Whereas the burr, for me, remember we were looking at that one, and I think we saw the next high was at 1602, so too close to the 1591. So I waited for that 1602 break. Now I wish it had continued a little bit more because it did have some room, but and I don't know if it's getting a little more market dependent, perhaps. And that is the scan that I'm sharing. So if you go to my homepage, go to the scan section, and it's the bottom one in the right-hand column. And it's a combination of the 10-day daily breakout and the option activity. And Pepe put this together for us, I don't know now, 3 weeks ago, a month ago, I don't know. Can't remember anymore. Because what I was finding is that a stock that showed up in the 10-day daily breakout or the breakdown, and it also showed up in the option activity scan, if the stocks that were in both were stocks that we really should pay attention to. And so what Pepe did, he said, well, why don't we just take these two scans, and instead of having to scan this list to see if the same stock is here, create a scan that shows that automatically. So that's really what I concentrate on now. And I use it like a watch list. So for instance, just like I said, Burr may set up later on today again. Right now, this market is a little bit, well, not a little bit, very, very choppy. Okay, guys. Well, I haven't had too many new alerts. 1050 was the last one here. DMTK, a lot of real cheap ones here. Again, look at this daily chart for DMTK. Up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails, very indecisive. Now, if you're looking for more action, okay, I mean, I understand some people will not like to do this. Typically, I would say we may get 5 to 6 on average in this particular scan, okay? And that doesn't, I'm fine with that. But if you're looking for a little more action, you know, take a look at the 10-day daily breakout, and this is the don't repeat version. Okay. So for instance, GREE was the symbol was alerted at 10:15. The price was 7.99. And if you look left, this is the repeating version of this scan. So in other words, this just tells you the first time of the alert and the price. So you can kind of go back in time and click on them and see, okay, what did it do from there? Okay, Peter B, I just put my homepage link in. If you click on it, you'll be at the top here. And right here, the scan section, click here and right at the bottom. Okay. Now, again, if you're looking for a lot of action, this is not for you. It's for me, though. I love it. But if you're looking for a lot of action with lots of alerts, this is not the one. But again, just because I get an alert here doesn't mean I just pile into the trade. Like any other trade I'm potentially taking. I always have to click on the alert, well, I want to see what it looks like on the charts. And again, right now we're in a very, very choppy day. Look at these bottoming tails now on the SPY and topping tails. We're in a very, very choppy day. That's funny, William. So this is DOGZ, guys. DOGZ. Look where it got to 564. And you hear me say this all the time. I just look left. I keep looking left to see where the next high is. So it got up to 560. Well, the next high looking left on the daily is 560. So it got to 564, and that's basically where it stopped. It pulled back, very low float. China, low float, 1.5 million in the float. It's been talk I haven't seen ROI. Is that under a dollar? I haven't seen ROI any one of my scans. Well, that's why. Yeah, big move. My goodness. Yeah, big move. 20 cents to 50 cents. Up 262%, 2.77 million in the float. Risk on. Well, no kidding. I typically don't see or check for stocks that are under a dollar. So this started trading as ROI last month. I don't know what happened here. Symbol name change, or I have no idea. It started trading as ROI last month. It was not an IPO. Now, here's another thing. If you're more of a pullback trader, okay, I understand that a lot of people don't like to see stocks near the high of the day, but understand I'm not chasing, okay? I'm not going to take this trade right here. Ideally, if I've been paying a little more attention, right around here, 773, would have been a decent area to take. So I'm not chasing. For me to take this trade, it would have to probably base a little bit and then maybe pop, make a new high. But I do understand that a lot of people, rather take pullbacks. So you can still use these scans because again, if you're going to be day trading, you should still be trying to find stocks that are trading abnormally. So you could take this one as an example, GREE, and you might look at this. So, well, I'll tell you what. Now, this might be a little bit too much of a pullback. I don't know. But there's the VWAP, 788. Maybe if it pulls back to the VWAP, you want to know about it. Maybe it bounces off the VWAP. Maybe you have a moving average that you like, that if it pulled back to that moving average, you'd want to know about it. Okay. So even though, these are all stocks you're going to see, they're making new highs of the day over here. If it's in brown, it'll be making a new low for the day. So light blue in the option activity scanner, light blue is making a new high for the day, and brown is making a new low for the day. So it doesn't mean, though, again, if you're more of a pullback trader. So let's take a look at the AMPX. So there's the VWAP here, 444. You might say, well, you know what? I want to know about it if it pulls back to the VWAP. I'll put an alert there. I'll put a right click, create the price alert. It's 448. I'll leave it there. I don't usually put any notes in, and I'll save it. Now there's a blue line on the chart. So if it pull back to that VWAP area, I'll know about it. Okay, so this allows you then, of course, to find the stocks that are really like trading abnormally, but put a price alert at an area that you like and see if it pulls back there. So Jamie, I don't know if you're, sometimes I know you listen to me the day you taking over. It's 500 price alerts max. Meanwhile, if we're waiting for a pullback on greed, I mean, at some point it might happen, but it's not anytime soon. No, this is a crypto play. So the next high looking left on the weekly chart looks like around right there, 898. 899 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart for GREE. Very extended. And it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, 194,000 shares available. So it's not like I want to pile into a short right now. I mean, it's so strong still. Yeah, look at the option volume. I mean, it's 38 times normal, but unfortunately only 215 contracts. Otherwise, this would have been showing up in that combo scan, a lot earlier. But unfortunately, it trades options, just not a lot. Because again, 215 contracts a day is 38 times normal. Okay, guys, I think this is another crypto play, BKKT. But again, look left, look at that high, not that far away. 218 is the next high looking left. Now, if it can take that out, the next high in the weekly chart is 235. So it's all about crypto, guys. Wow. And it's not that crypto's going crazy. It's just that these stocks that trade that are in that sector are going crazy. When I say crypto going crazy, I'm talking Bitcoin. Now, this one has got shorts available for me, CIFR. Still positive for the day. I think what I'll do is I'm going to stick an alert just underneath 5 for this one. That's where it closed yesterday. And see if it goes negative. A lot of shares available, Interactive Brokers, 3.2 million available to short. And of course, the reason I would even look at that is because then the next low looking left is yesterday's low just underneath 4. Okay, guys, maybe keep an eye back on that CYTK. It looks like it's trying to base just over 77. CYTK is kind of basing just over 77 again. Where's the VWAP? The VWAP is way down here at 73.92. So I didn't think these guys were still around. Vince, a big retailer. I think I still see some of their shirts in the malls, but there's Vince, guys, VNCE. What a run it's been on over the last well, this is the fourth day. From a dollar to 347. Coming right into the 200-day moving average. 2,000 shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. No idea why this is moving. Low float, 2.3 million in the float. For some reason, I thought they had filed for bankruptcy many, 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 almost years ago. Maybe it was a Chapter 11. Well, let's see what happens to Cipher, CIFR, right at 5, because I mean, it's just a little bit over. 5 would be basically yesterday's close. It's up 14 cents still at 512. So 5 would be really, kind of yesterday's close. Close was 498, and see if that holds it. But this is a super choppy market. Look at these bottoming tails on the SPY now. I mean, the sellers keep trying to knock it down, but the buyers keep stepping in. Eventually the buyers may give up for a while again. So guys, the only one I'm really kind of focusing on is the BUR again. Okay. If it takes out 16 later on in the day, remember I use this like a watch list. Okay. Not loving the up and the any, but the BUR, if it takes out 16 again later on in the day, could get rolling again. Had some news, something to do with Argentina, some kind of dispute back in 2012 that is obviously in their favor right now. And this is the news. Preferred Capital jumps on a report that Argentina considers the bond to pay for the $16 billion judgment that was in 2012 when they nationalized the energy company YPF, which I think is going to be privatized again. And I think this is what Malay wants to do to a lot of these A lot of these companies in Argentina to privatize them again. It's got to get over 16 again for me, Paradox. What's my take on Mama? Is it an all-time high? Somebody in our YouTube room, AJ, Mama. Pretty cheap for an all-time high. Is it really an all-time high? That's very, very cheap for, I know it says it's an all-time high, but I'm wondering, did it change symbols or was this truly an IPO back here? I mean, I guess this could have been an IPO back here, back in July. Well, I mean, if this is truly an all-time high, just stick an alert at the all-time high, 488, and see if it takes it out. Not a lot of volume today. Relative volume's not bad. 1.6 times normal. No, I know. I know it does say that. So I have to assume then maybe it was an IPO back then, MAMA. It's just very cheap, for an all-time high. But I guess if it was an IPO back then, that makes sense. Sometimes it's just hard to know whether it was an IPO or did they change symbols. But you know what? I can do a quick check. All right. Let's see if Mama, I think I said July, right? That's went back to August. I know I can load more, but okay. So that is the last week of August. So let me go next. So I don't see Mama on the IPO list, guys. Doesn't mean it wasn't an IPO, but I do not see it on the IPO list. I'm looking in July, right? Okay, I don't see it there. Doesn't mean it wasn't. Maybe it was, I don't know, an uplisting. I know CASA or somebody will know. There you go. So it was a name change and symbol. So it's really not. I mean, whatever it was before, it could have been a lot higher. I watch your post. There you go. There it is. Sorry, Casa. You should probably put a question mark beside it, and then I'll definitely see it, even though it's not a question. So yeah. So Mama was MMMB, I guess, and it turned into Mama. Okay, Burlington. I know you're not Burlington, but let's go. Let's see. All right, let's see if BUR has any sort of move off 16 again. I'm not expecting a lot out of it. It'd be great if it could get close to the high of the day, 1625. Now, even up is starting to move a little bit, guys. UP, they're very choppy though. Big bottoming tail way down here at 453. Now, up may just prove me wrong. I mean, it may just pile right through. There's the next high looking left. 520. I mean, it's got room, I guess. Would love to see BUR take off again. Well, there's Playboy, PLBY. This has been even Playboy's having a bit of a surge here from 50 cents, 44 cents to $1.10 over the last 5 weeks, 4.5 weeks. Well, up just keeps making a new high after new high right now, guys. Penny by penny. UP. Hey, maybe there's hope for any later on. Okay, I'm just waiting on this burr, guys, to see. I'm in it, but I basically where I bought it. So I want to see if it has any sort of a move of 16. Hmm. Well, just seeing if it could hold 16, 15.99, 16 bid ask right now. Yeah, I'm out. Okay, I'll take a look at it again. So I took a little loss on that one on the burr. I'll take a look at it again. If it gets back up to say 1610 later on in the day, but we've got two pretty big topping tails there. So, but I'll stick an alert 1612, see if it happens later on. This doesn't trade options. I'm wondering. So MIGI just again ripping again, guys, from a $1 stock 5 weeks ago, 341 now. Every day you see this, well, that must be it. That must be it. That must be it. Thinking, how much further can it go? Okay, Ampex, AMPX. Again, unfortunately, the next high looking left is really close, right around 5. You can see that red line. Okay, guys, in a little over 30 minutes, I'll be taking my break between 12 and 1. Jamie should be taking over for me. I'll confirm that. I think he answered me, so I think he's be taking over for me at noon when I take my break. Okay, now, Burr. I think if Burr gets up to maybe the mid-teens, like 16-15 or something, leaving that 16 behind, it could go on a run again. Right now, it's just kind of hanging around that 16 mark. This is severely ugly, guys, this SPY chart with these bottoming tails, some topping tails. Very, very choppy. Well, Playboy's got a little bit of room. PLBY has a little bit of room when you look at it on a weekly chart. A little bit of room. The next high is 137 from 109. So not saying it's getting there, but at least it's got some room. Meanwhile, up broke 5 pretty well. It got up to 506 and it's pulled back just a little bit. The next high looking left, it's 523 or so, 520 perhaps on the day on the daily chart. Yeah, I just use this for in fact, why don't I take one? I just use this for simulation. Let's take it. Let's just take 500 shares of this right now just to show you how you can do it. This is in the simulator, okay? You mentioned RPHM. Oh, right, right. Wow, what a drop. Can't remember what happened here. What a drop. Well, you'll hear me say things like I'm interested in taking this trade at well, not this one, but the BUR. Earlier, I said I wanted to take it if it broke 16, which I did. I took it again when it broke 16, got out of it with a loss. I'm not telling anybody what to trade, how to trade. You have to have your own trading style. I mentioned something that makes sense to you, not just to you, Steve, but anybody listening. If it makes sense for your trading plan to do that, great. If not, then you pass. Another Bitcoin play, I'm sure, BTCS. Anything starting with B other than Burford. Anything starting with B is probably a Bitcoin play. Yeah. Crypto play. Call it just crypto. Yeah. So again, with the Burr, I am interested in it if it gets into the teens. Okay. That's why I have a price alert set up in this area. Now, if it hits this, doesn't mean I'm just going to pile into the trade, but at least I want to know about it. I mean, the trend is still, modestly up. My concern is a couple of topping tails, on those daily candles, not daily, the 15-minute candles. Well, you may look at that and go, well, I don't agree with that. And that's fine. Well, again, when I'm not talking to you necessarily, Steve, just anybody listening. And the reason wanting to pay attention to it is because it's coming in this scan that I love. So, for me, that's like a watch list all day long. The action is heating up. Yeah, that was a top list, wasn't it? Used to have that one. You're right. Yeah, because this could be very boring for a lot of people. You're not going to get very many alerts here for this one. But I'd rather have it that way than being, especially if you're new to trading, rather than being inundated with trades or not trades, but alerts. Once I set the alert, So what'll happen is, let me set an alert where I think it'll alert immediately. So you see what happens. So the question in our YouTube room was, once I get an alert, how do I know it happened? So I've got my price alerts window, okay, and I minimize it. No, no, there's no reason to have it up and running. Well, it's up and running, but you don't have to have it on a screen anywhere, taking up screen space. You just minimize it, and then when the alert happens, it pops up on your screen. Okay. And I sort on the trigger time column, so I'll always see the last one right at the top. I can put a sound alert on it also. So, sometimes I step away from my computer. I have a wireless headset, so I can come racing back when I hear that sound. Okay, so that's what you do. Now look at ANVS. Ooh, too bad. Look at the spread. 2041, 2070. So that alerted right here. I kind of like this one in terms of the price range, 2066. Not so much one of these little ones, but the spread is just keeping me out. 2045, 2070, very tough spread. Difference between the bid and the ask. Now Burr is starting to get a little bit alive again. Boy, what a run this has been on the ANVS. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. Really didn't have that much pre-market action at all. But you've probably had to deal with a spread issue the entire time. And this is from the price alerts window. Okay. So if you click on new and then price alerts, if you've never created one before, of course it'll be blank. But it's so simple to create price alerts. If I wanted to create a price alert right there at the high of the day, if I can eyeball it well enough, you just basically your mouse, your pointer, there's a dotted line and it'll follow it along. If I've eyeballed it well enough, I just right click, create the price alert. If that's the price I want, 2094, fine. If I want to put it at another price, of course I can just type it in. Typically, I don't put any notes in and then I just save it. That's it. So there's a blue line on my chart right now. And if it hits that price, like it might, it'll turn green. So simple to do. And I use price alerts all the time. Didn't Massey win some kind of a just like that? Didn't Massey win some kind of a settlement, I guess, a patent infringement or something against Apple last week? Or am I wrong? Or is somebody else? Oh, that's right. Yeah, this monitoring blood pressure and all that. So see, I'm glad the watch patent. That's right. Now look at the market, guys. Look at this market. Crazy. Okay, my music just stopped for some reason. Just give me a moment. Time is at 11:36. So in about a little over 20 minutes, I'll be taking my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room before I do take my break. Boy, this up, man, I tell you guys. And Pepe, did you take it? I just didn't take it. You know, I still have hopes for this BUR. You know, I mean, the trend is up. The trend is definitely up. Okay. Yeah, we have this bug here, guys. I'm going to have to get rid of this and reintroduce it. Because you notice that this today's P&L and the max P&L we're not updating. Maybe you didn't notice that, boy, this up is just Pepe. Why didn't we take it? Look at that up 487. Even the any could come back, guys. You know, even the any 362 was the original alert. It's at 369 now. But up definitely has a different look from any. If you look at up, now, okay, from here, from 1045, it's been straight up. You know, just like any at the beginning, it was a little bit choppy, but from 1045 on, it's been straight up. Whereas the any has been choppy throughout the day. So that's, you know, there's a big difference. Well, I guess if you just ignored the spread, the ANVS was awesome. 2066. What's the spread right now? 2150. Tough though, really tough to ignore the spread. And that was the issue. Otherwise, you know, had the spread been a lot better, I would have been in this one almost for sure. Now, of course, the spread, if you know it's going to do something like this, it doesn't matter. But, you know, unfortunately, crystal ball does not work that way. This is gonna kill me. So there's the next high looking left on the daily chart, and that's 2260 or so for ANVS. Well, I might be getting set for round three for Burr. Longer it holds this 1610 area. Love to see it get to about 1615 on the bid. Very few shares available to short at Interactive Brokers for ANVS. Not that I want to short it, but they're just looking quickly. 7,000 shares available. Wow, up and away. No kidding. So if I want to get out of this trade right now, I just flatten it. I just highlight. If I were in a series of trades, I would just highlight what I want to get out of. So it just took me out of the trade. Entry at 502, exit 523. And if you look left, that probably would have been a good area to take some profit anyway, even if I didn't get out of the entire trade. This is in the simulator. Just looking left, you see 530, the next high looking left. It could stall there. And again, up is not a crypto play. This is provider of private aviation services in the United States through a fleet of owned, managed, and third-party planes. So, for whatever reason, people must be flying around. Those who can afford it. So, when I saw this one in the pre-market, JTAI, Jet Air, wondering maybe, or Jet.ai. Yeah, it's in the sector AI play, partial plane ownership. No, thank you, real. Okay. Well, why don't you and I go halfers? Hmm. I did not know that. Okay, for me, I just have to hope that while I'm on my break, that this Burlington or Burford does not just take off. I do like the way it's holding over 16. Chewy. Let's take a look at Chewy from Tank. Well, yeah, the trend's up for sure. The trend is up. The high last week was 25.24, so there's a little bit of room to the high of last week. Ah, you're being rewarded, Paradox, after maybe a little bit of gut wrenching for the CYTK, but I guess it's over your 77 buy, right? Well, it's interesting because I think it came into a couple of moving averages, or the VWAP anyway. Let me, yeah, look at that. Almost to the penny. Look at that, almost to the penny. The VWAP is 74.16. Now that's a, I know it changes. And look what it got down to. It got down to 74.28. So the VWAP held it. And so that's what I was saying earlier, guys. If you're more of a pullback player, you can take a look at these, and put price alerts maybe at the VWAP or maybe a moving average that you like to see if it pulls back to that area. Well, this could really get going for you too if it takes out 80.39. Well, it's got a bit to go, I guess. 80.39 is the most recent high for CYTK. Okay, guys, in about 9 minutes, I'll be taking my break. So what I'm going to do is put the YouTube link in the main room. And so when I'm pretty sure it's going to be Jamie, I will confirm that, but I'm almost sure it's going to be Jamie taking over for me in our YouTube room. Sorry, guys, little twitch in my shoulder. Um, oh my goodness, my goodness, my goodness. Look at Annie now, guys. Oh, look when it's late. Which one are you talking about? Oh, GME? GME. Okay. Yeah, having a nice day, I guess. Let me know if it takes out 1865. All right, up and any, guys, up and any. Now they are both moving. Any is, that's what I'm saying, as a watch list. I mean, can the any take out four? I mean, I didn't think up could take out five. Can the any take out four? Okay, I'm just going to confirm it's Jamie. I'm almost sure it is, but I just want to confirm. Okay, well, there's your mama. Mama, as mama, MAMA is an all-time high. As the symbol MAMA, okay? All-time high now. Boy, look at up. Holy smokes. Come on, Annie. Catch up. There's a little ping I heard. So Jamie must be showing up. So Jamie,
Ping,
just
ping,
give me a
ping.
moment. Yeah, just give me one moment as I put my announcement in. Okay, guys, so Jamie is in our YouTube room. I'll put my announcement in. I'm on a break back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay, so I'm putting myself on. So we'll see you guys in the main room in about an hour. Jamie is in our YouTube room right now. And now I can talk to you, Jamie. How are you?
Hey, Barry, what's happening? Let me grab the screen before I forget.
Okay, don't forget. Yeah. Let me
Okay.
shut down my music so I can hear you a little bit better. There you are.
That Metallica you had going?
I had Metallica.
Speaking of songs, Barry, I'm sure
Yes.
you remember the song Up and Away in My Beautiful Balloon.
Oh, absolutely. By not smoke. Oh, Miriam Makeba. What wasn't it? The Fifth Dimension.
I can't remember the band name as I was very, very
Up
young.
and away. Yeah, yeah.
I just
Sure.
remember that song and Up has just been popping into my head today. But
Yeah.
what a beautiful little
Oh,
setup.
no kidding. No kidding.
Hmm.
I mean and even Any now. I'm wondering about Any. See,
Yes.
I didn't think that Up would take out five the way it did. And I've had the same bias against Any. They're both crypto plays, of course. So maybe
Hmm.
Any will catch up a bit. And of course, they're both from that scam that I love.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So we'll see. I'm in it. We'll see what happens with the Any. I am in it. It's not typically what I would do. I would wait for a four break, but I say, you know what, the heck with it. See if it takes out four before I'm in it.
Well, with this market the way it is, a lot of the things that I normally trade just aren't really doing much.
Hmm.
So yeah, it's good, like especially when it's slow and choppy like this. This thing still provides.
It still provides,
It
exactly.
provideth. Uh-huh.
It puts dinner on the table, but hopefully no more turkey. No
Yeah,
more.
well, we
Done.
kind of boycotted turkey this year, but
Oh, you did? Okay.
yeah, went more
Out
to the
of
Texas.
humanitarian purposes or
Oh no, no, we just eat a
no,
different
no, no,
animal.
no. Oh, okay. Different.
We eat the cow instead of the bird.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. Okay, Jamie, listen, I'll let you go, or I'll let me go, and I'll see you in about an hour.
Very good, sir. We'll see when you get
Okay.
back.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Uh-huh. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my desktop. Giving Barry his well-deserved break, and this becomes the live support session Monday through Friday at the same time, same channel every day. And as Barry always likes to say, you get one of us different trader slash trainer people in here. So everybody can see, everybody can hear. Just keep in mind, no pre-planned content, just talking shop and trading. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to use the questions panel to get that question out there. Any questions that you might have about the software, or if you just like me to use my basic rudimentary technical ability to take a look at some charts, I'd be more than happy to do that as well. We got CXM coming through here. That's a nice clean little break there on CXM. Not a huge move yet, but up about 12 cents from that nice little breakout that we had here. Come on, fingers, work. Seen a lot of these today. The key on a day like today is just to be patient and let the setups come to us. Of course, that's easier said than done, as we all know. So other than these options plays that we've been taking a look here, once again, the up, forgot exactly what time the first up alert was. It was pretty early on, well back in this area here before this break point occurred at the right about 490-ish level, up making a run up to about 550 there. So nice little 10% move from that breakout area there. Any exhibiting the same thing, just not really off to the races just yet. How we doing in the room today? Let's see here. Hey, we got a nice little crowd in here, so you guys are being awful quiet. So if you do have any questions or would like me to take a look at any charts, let's go ahead and throw it in the questions panel there. Okay, what else has been moving today? As you can see down here, I've got my Dawn of the Dead race, positive change from the open. This is the one that caught my eye. Of course, no big surprise to see up on there as well. Agree. This little guy just got up and boogied from the we'll just call that 780 level here. Opening candle right here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hitting highs in the first 25 minutes, this nice little tight consolidation area there. We start to peck above that level right about 35 minutes, 35, 40 minutes into the open. Get that nice breakout right there. And this was a really good risk to reward ratio. So you might be asking yourself, well, if I took this trade right here around the 780-ish, even 790, which let's see the top of that candle there. Come on, give me my pointer. We'll just move you for now. Top of that candle was 789. So even if you bought the top of that candle, still in really good shape there. Now, if we bought on this breakout level right here, what would my risk have been? So technically, this is the first candle where we popped above that level. So 5, 10, 15 to assess risk. Once again, 5, 10, 15. There's our risk level right there. Profit level, reward level, much larger than this risk level here. And that's what we look for. This is R down here, and this is the R in return. So, let's say let's just say 790 and about a 50-cent risk. And we're currently 790, about a 2 for 1. It looks bigger than that. About $1.25, call it that. But not bad on a small dollar stock as far as percentage return goes. The Fifth Dimension with Marilyn McCoo. I never would have come up with that name in a million years. But, when you were a child of the late 70s, you have all these songs stuck in your head, even though you don't really want to, just because that was the thing back then. It was all about the radio. And we can sit around and talk about song trivia if that's what you guys want to do. But if you have any trading related questions, I'm here. All right. Wow. AMC popping its head up. Looking very similar to some other patterns around here. I don't really see a fire being lit when we look over here at the last few days of action. This orange line being the 10 period here, which seems to be the guiding hand thus far. The 60s and 70s. Well, the market is rather sleepy today on the whole, on the overall, on the SPY here. I mean, just look at these bottoming wicks. What's our range? 476, 475, a little over a point in the overall market. SPY just taking its time. We are in the holiday season. One more brief week next week. Everybody remember Monday, no trade. So one more partial week next week, and then we're back on the regs. Any putting on the brakes? Now, what I wanted to point out earlier about up is the black line here is my VWAP, just VWAP1. And look at how strictly it's been adhering. Right here off the open, first 20 minutes, down to the VWAP, bounce, one wick down here to the VWAP right before the breakout. So that's always going to be a sign of strength right there. Sellers took it down, could not maintain control. Most of the volume in that candle was done up here. So leading up to that breakout, added confidence that this thing's going to work. And sure enough, it did. What was our risk on up if we took the breakout? Well, here's the candle right here, 5, 10, 15. We're looking about 475 from a 491 entry. I mean, a 16-cent risk in essence. So risk level here and reward level up here. Multiples of risk. We could fit into the reward level there. Okay, Tim. So your question there, what is your most profitable alert? Well, I wouldn't say well, that's kind of a strange way to ask the question. I will tell you I'm a pretty simple type of guy when it comes to trading. Um, New highs and new lows. Okay. Those are my favorite alerts, believe it or not. Some of the most basic things you can find out there. The reason is exactly the chart pattern that you're looking at right now and up. Now, let me explain that. So here we have up. That is the opening candle right here. Okay. Let me get my pen here. Where we go? And where are you hiding there, pen? There it is. Okay. So opening candle here, puts in its low. Comes up here, starts putting in its high, and starts chopping around in this tight little range right here. So this is what I like to see. Bounce off the bottom, comes up here, consolidates, and then it breaks right here on this candle. Now, these were the previous highs. Up breaks out of that range. It is impossible without hitting a new daily high, right? So I see up coming through in either my race ticker or whichever ticker I added to the list. And so I see up hitting a high right here, making a nice range break. And once again, it's absolutely necessary that it hits a new intraday high. So it's all about timing, right? Now, if I would have missed up, if I wasn't watching it, paying attention, maybe just distracted, whatever, and I didn't see it till it was hitting a new high over here or over here, well, the timing's not right. This was the go time right here, the go candle. And if we chase it, that's not necessarily a good thing. So it can't break out of the range unless it hits a new high. And then we have the exact same pattern, say, to the downside. So, Tim, as far as my favorite alerts, what do I use the most? New highs and new lows. Now, that's just because it's conducive to the very simple pattern that I like to try to, track and find on the intraday. But keep in mind, that is just one alert of many, right? Now, I can tell you this, I can tell you some of the more popular alerts based on my, interaction with users over many years. And it really just depends on what type of trader you are. If you're, looking for good intraday um, alerts other than the new high and new low, the pullback alerts are very useful as well. For example, when we were looking uh, at the pullback that up was taking right here, right? These alerts right here, 25% pullback from lows, 25% pullback from highs. You know, a lot of the times, some of the better fills are buying things on pullbacks versus chasing a high. Now, in the case of up right here, if we're getting alerted right here and we're taking a position in the stock, well, we're not chasing. If we didn't see it and decided to take it up here after all this energy expenditure, then we're chasing. So a lot of the times we'll get pullbacks, just like we did right here. And many times that's a great time to get into a stock. VNCE, that I'm glad I just almost forgot about that one. Let's see here. Now it caved in since then, but notice VNCE right here when we topped out at this level. We topped out here, and then we took a pullback down to the VWAP level right there. So I was able to pick some up in this area right here, and then we got a nice little lift. Start to see these topping wicks. That might be a good time to get out because buyers are taking it up, but they can't maintain control. And especially after we see a couple of these wicks, would have been a great exit candle anywhere in there, eventually caving in and getting below the 10 period. But we got while the getting was good, right? And that was a great example of a pullback alert today. Now, going back to the alert list, there are a couple of others that I'll point out here if you're talking about intraday alerts. So new highs, new lows, pullback, um, pullbacks both to the up and the downside. And then these two guys right here are very popular. The running up now, the running down now. And basically, these guys are looking at rapid bid movement or bid movement. So if the bid is rapidly increasing or the bid is rapidly decreasing, these alerts are going to tell you about that. So those are some of my preferred alerts, and then some of the more popular alerts that users like to implement. So Tim, in my head, it's really about what's your methodology? For example, I'm just a range break guy, right? Or a pullback guy. If I'm, looking for things that have run up and I don't want to chase them, I'll set price alerts for the existing VWAP one. And then if I get that price alert, watch the stock and see if it's kind of stable down there. Then, pullback alerts can be very profitable. Outside of that, it's the range breaks. So the reason I like those alerts is because they're conducive to the setups that I'm looking for. So they might be conducive to your setups, they might not. It might be something completely different, just depending on the patterns that you're looking to be made aware of. So let me know if that makes sense, Tim, or if I need to go into any more detail. Mary is talking about ROI. I thought you were talking about return on investment. Yeah, and see VWAP got a little bleedy through it here, but all you had to do is wait and see what happened. I mean, check out the pre-market range here, which these can always be very telling, right? Second 5 minutes of the open, we took a nice little run up there. Of course, we're talking about a 34-cent stock, but hey, when it moves from 24 to 34, who doesn't want a dime on that? I mean, that's a huge move. Now notice where the pullback occurred. Not only did it coincide slightly through the VWAP there, but right back to the top of that pre-market range and then bounced like a maniac. So yeah, if you're slinging that thing around today, playing off that pre-market range and that VWAP, it has been very profitable for you. Hello, Iris. Can I think of a pullback scanner? Well, let's just go into the archives here. See what I got in the cloud. Let's see here. I thought I might have had something. Yeah, I was pulled up the wrong interface there. 1 second. Come on. Okay, pull back to the 130, pull back to the 10. Well, let's check out a couple of these. We'll pull up the 130. Let's take a look. It's been a long time since I looked at these specific windows, but you never know what you're going to find. And we'll pull up the 10 as well. Ah, this is the Market Explorer. Okay. So pull back to the 10 and pull back to the 130. Let's just take a look at these guys real quick here. Uh, I'm just not seeing the times here. Okay, well, let's just put that one on the shelf for now since that's a Market Explorer window. Pull back to the 130. Of course, I don't have a 130 on here right now. Let's add it to the 15. And we'll make that one, how about green? All right, so when was that? You know, these were in my cloud, but I tell you what, let's do, instead of doing that, I'm curious. Instead of That's RSI. We'll get rid of the 130 there. And what we're going to do is try to get this dialed into VWAP. Distance from VWAP. At least 5% above the VWAP, or 0.5%. No, we don't want to do that. All right, well, it looks like I need to go minus 0.5 and 0.5. No more than 5% above, no more than 5% below or at. Okay. And volume today, let's beef that up a little bit. Now, the question is, do we leave the RSI in or take it out? We'll leave it in for now. Okay, charts, what are you doing to me here? That was 1118. Well, at that point, it wasn't more than 0.5% above the VWAP, but or below. Tell you what, we're just gonna nix that. Change it up a little bit there. Okay, that's more of what I'm looking for right there, where it's hugging the VWAP. But ideally, we'd like to see them coming down. They were above VWAP, they're coming down to VWAP. All right, ladies and gentlemen, give me 1 second here. Just gotta take a little Texas allergy medicine. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that little hiatus. So now let's see if it's producing anything a little bit more conducive. All right, pretty early on. Yeah, all right. Well, that would have been interesting to see. And then it quickly reclaimed the VWAP here about 102. And this is big boy ExxonMobil, 102. Yeah, not a bad little bounce there. Now we're starting to see the ETFs come through. Yeah, my charts. I don't know why they're giving me flack today. Delta. Problem is VWAP so early in the session. Let's just give it a little bit more time to develop there. Yeah, it's not really. Some of these plays are looking good. You know, they'll come down to VWAP and then bounce off of it, but not really what I envisioned. So let's do this exercise real quick. Distance from VWAP 1. Show the column. A lot of the times we can just use a simpler approach. and find some pretty cool stuff. Okay. Now we're just going to try to find the kind of the midpoint, right? Okay, so Nokia, right on VWAP, Dish, you know, right here battling it out with VWAP. So we can quickly, just by adding the VWAP column and then looking at the values, going, ooh, you know, TLT had a nice lift earlier in the day as we broke out from this level here. Nice little up move. VWAP is beckoning. Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna have to stop using my browser interface for a minute. So Iris, back to your point, there's a lot of different ways to find pullbacks. Now, the easiest way is just to use the pullback alerts, right? Let's say tell you what, let's duplicate this window. And then what if we fold it in? I tell you what, we're going to start this from scratch. We'll just sketch out some pretty generic filters here. And then we'll implement the 25% pullback from high alert. Volume today, let's just say 350,000 shares. And the VWAP. Distance from VWAP 1. I think I'm going to tap that down a little bit more. Yeah, it's just so small dollar. Yeah, it's way above VWAP. Well, not way above. It is within the parameters. Since we didn't have let's see here. But we don't want it too far away from VWAP. And I'm afraid that might make it too tight. Yeah, so I'm trying to get too tight there. So the bottom line is this. In my opinion, the most efficient way to do it would be to watch the 25% pullbacks and then just notice where the stock is in relation to VWAP. It's more of a manual thing. Hey, Marvin, what do I think of Nail? Well, let's take a peek. All right, well, here it is on the intraday. Bigger dollar stock, apparently. But more interesting over here. All right, so, pointing out the obvious here. This level here was crucial. Act as supply back here. Took a little dip down here. This area right here acted as support. Button up to these levels back here. And then it turned and burned to the upside of that channel there. And this time, what used to be supply busted right through it. Now we're up here at these levels. So if I were to extrapolate where we might be going, I mean, of course, this is the ideal situation, right? Who knows? We might put on the brakes back here, but it's looking very bullish thus far. I would think it would be reasonable to see it chop a little bit more wood. Looks relatively strong. Never gave back the low of this big day here. All right, tried, got pretty close, and of course we've got our friend the 10-day accompanying the upswing here, and this thing is wedging up. So that's typically indicative of a move to come. Looking very bullish in nail right now. Now, if we had to zoom out even further, 127, that's the same level that we're seeing. Oh, nope, nope, nope. I take that back. So on the weekly, we're looking at 127. If we do get through this level, that could be the next destination on the journey if the journey continues to be north for nail. And then there's the level that we just saw on the weekly up there. Of course, all these little range breaks right here are quite beautiful. And notice this pattern right here looks very similar to the day trading or the intraday pattern that we were looking at earlier on things like up and any and GRE, except these are days. But the methodology is the same. Hey, we got a nice range break here. Ooh, we got a really nice lift. We got relatively low risk because, you can apply this same methodology to any time frame, right? Entry candle here, 3 days, 3 periods back. So that's a pretty low risk coming out of that little channel right there. And you got the nice pop, and that's a pretty huge risk to reward level right there. Okay, Eric, having difficulty connecting interactive brokers and brokerage plus. I went through the tutorials and everything is correct, but it only partially works. Well, when you say partially, Eric, I guess what is not working would be the question, and then I might be able to tell you what to do there. And I'm just going to jump out there and say you have gotten a data plan with IB because a lot of people don't realize they have to buy that data plan to power the quotes. So, if you have, you can check that one off the list. Okay, Marvin, do I have a rational explanation why the market is continually going higher with seemingly no real pullback? Well, I have a theory, yes, and it's quite simple. And that's just because of where I think a big part of it is where we are in the market, all-time highs back here. Look at how we're just creeping up on it, right? So, going all the way back to, the pandemic and all that, you know, quite the recovery, pull back here, and now we're sniffing at it again. So let's just zoom out a little bit further here and we can confirm those levels, right? So, when the market, I mean, when the market is approaching all-time highs and we're in the end of the year and into the slow holiday season, there's a lot of things going on. We just had the rebalancing not too long ago with the quad witching, where everybody, shuffles the chairs around and reallocates and takes profits and makes new positions and whatnot. So I'd say the biggest factor of why the market is doing this, A, we're just sneaking up on all-time highs, right? B, it's slow. It's traditional for this time of the year. So there's a lot of window dressing, I think, that's being put in play. So, as I was saying earlier, we got next Monday off for New Year's, so it's still going to be an abbreviated week. Volume levels are, when we look at the weekly here, look how low volume we are this week thus far. Of course, we've only had a couple of days. We got two more to go, but still looking pretty low volume. The daily, you know, look at today's volume. We've just been decreasing in volume over the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. And until we get up here and pop new highs, and I'm not saying it's a done deal, it's just looking very probable right now, right? Anything is possible. What's the probability of it? And the probability of us sneaking up here and cracking all-time highs is it's very probable. Okay. So, that's pretty much my theory on why the market is just creeping up a little bit each and every day. And then, we've got we're in uncharted territory with interest rates and money printing. There's a lot of factors that are coming into play. But the most important one, in my opinion, is just where we are as far as the price action goes. And, we did have a little shimmy here. I forget what day that was. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, last week sometime. But look where we put the brakes on, right there at the 10 period. Next day we tested it again with the wick, and then 1, 2, 3, here we are. So the footprints in the sand, as Steve Gomez likes to say, all point to up right now. No pun intended with this up. Okay, let's see where we are here. Mill has currently 82, yeah. Well, it is a liquid, but if you're a swing trader, doesn't really matter, I guess. Okay, other Eric is having the same problem as other Eric. Can't place an order from a chart or AI Holly window. Okay, have you assigned a default strategy to your buy and sell buttons? Are you talking about the buy and sell buttons, or are you talking about when I right click and say trade using one of your predefined strategies? If it's the buttons, let me just find my B plus here. I'll just connect to our sim. So to get the buttons active here, we have to have a default chart, right? Now notice since I connected, my buttons became active. Earlier, they were grayed out because I wasn't connected. And the only reason they're working right now is because you can see chart long and chart uh, sell here. Right click, that is my default chart long strategy. And then this one over here is my default chart short strategy. Now, keep in mind, I do have a couple of other strategies in here, which would show up on the drop down here. If I want to trade, I could immediately execute just by clicking here based on the parameters of these strategies here. And then I guess for both Erics, has it been working and then stopped working, or is this a relatively new connection for you? Yep, Peppy, good comment there. A lot of the times people will forget to also include their account. So if I go into edit notice down here, we have to always tell it which account to use, right? In this case, it would be simulated, but if you're connected to IB, then you would see your account number show up here as well. Thank you for that, Peppy. Michael Anthony, hello. How much higher can Dish and Pags go? Well, don't know for sure, but let's take a peek here. All right, Dish, been on a nice little uptrend here for a while. You know, first line of sight takes me here. You know, this was always going to be the interesting level. Um, Big red candle. How many days did it take to get back up there? Quite a few, which is typically the case. But notice how we kind of hit the brakes here for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 7 days. Then it finally said, you know what? I'm going to try to go through here, and we're getting another lift. So we're currently here. We've got the, I believe that's my my color schemes are off on this chart. Hold on one sec. So what is that? I believe that's my 20 period. Oh, that's my 130. Yeah, okay. Pink is the 130. So we're creeping up on that 130 period moving average, but you know, this little area right here is currently acting as supply. Okay. So, you know, who knows? We might see it go sideways for a number of days and then come up here and attack this 548 level. So, you know, if we get a good close today and we get through that line in the next couple of days, well, then we might be able to see a lift to the next, you know, apparent level here. And then, of course, we got, I think that's my 200 day. Man, I got my colors all messed up here. $200, yeah, okay. It's like, okay, this is daily, and we got the 200 period moving average looming up here. But I'd say if Dish gets frisky, we might get a move up to the 545, maybe even the $6 level. But like I said, we have to have a good indicator would be a close above that level. But there's no telling, you know, how many days we might go sideways there. So that was Dish, and now let's look at Pags. Okay, Pags looking really beefy since we broke out of this range right here. And all the way back to these levels here. I mean, what a swoon, you know, from the bottom. Didn't him and haw around after it got to this level here at the 880 level. Cruised right up here, right through the 200 period moving average, which is always a bullish sign. Crack that 965, and we're already, you know, this thing's not wasting any time for sure. 10 period acting as the guide the whole time. And, you know, here we are. Now, this thing has really expended quite a bit of energy from 7-ish up to 12 and change. So, you know, wouldn't surprise me at all to maybe see a pullback down to these levels here, maybe test that 10 period as we did down here. But right now it's full steam ahead for PAGs. But if it does get frisky, let's say it goes ahead and pops highs today, you can see this 1326 level coinciding with this wick, getting all the way back to this level of congestion back from September of 2022. Could really, you know, be a significant level of supply. If we zoom out just a little further, what do we got? Yeah, And this looks just like looks very similar to Dawn of the Dead, but in the weekly format. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 weeks. And look at this perfect red bar ignored right here. It's one of our older custom scans. 3 consecutive candles leading up to the red bar sandwiched by the green bars. And then if this candle closes green, that's typically always a bullish indicator. And then we can see the next 2 weeks we've been higher. Overall market climb is on purpose. Yep, that's always the theory, Marius. I mean, and when the longer you've been in the business, the more predictable these cycles get. Of course, it's not easy, but everything in cycles, and things tend to repeat themselves. So the bubble is the bubble until it's not the bubble, right? Yep, Marvin, and sometimes the pullbacks don't come. What are you talking about there? AAPL? Yeah, I'm not sure what time frame you're talking about there, but if we're talking about intraday, Apple's trying to pull back. Looks like it, sniff that 10 period and then put the brakes on. Of course, that's on the 5-minute time frame. Still pretty elevated from the 10 period on the 15, which is typically a better time frame to focus on the 10. Yeah, to your point there, Marius. CBDCs, we'll see. I know that's what they want. Yes, and Marvin, the fear of missing out is real. It doesn't matter how much how seasoned of a trader you are. And that's where we get into the whole chase topic, right? As I was kind of briefly going over earlier about not chasing, right? We want to wait for you take 10 stocks that look good that are up on the day. How many of them are actually going to give you a good pullback entry? Not as many as we would typically like. But it's the old saying goes, missed money is much better than lost money. And I didn't think Miggy was going to do it again today because it was a little shifty yesterday. And of course, look at these vacillations here. So it's definitely not an easy one to sit in. And I didn't participate in this one today, but oh well. And this fits in perfectly with the comments I was just, saying. I'm like, yeah, just, you know, not my cup of tea today, but it would have worked. To that point, my motto in these slow weeks is don't get your ass in a sling. Okay. Do what you can, but don't be overly aggressive. In other words, don't let the FOMO get the best of you. Easier said than done. It's always a struggle. Okay, so Eric, you're using Holly AI and have configured the trading instructions. Okay, so you've never actually successfully implemented it yet. This is your first time. Okay. So when we go to the AI tab and we say we want to edit these are the only options that you have. Edit long trading instructions and then edit short. And of course, once again, we have to put in that proper account number again, right? Now, once you've made sure that all of your instructions are proper, your risk mode, your position sizing, all that good stuff, then you also have to make sure that you've activated strategies, right? Enable, right? Because even if you got everything set up right in here, and then you forget to enable the strategies, then you're not going to see anything. So Don't know if that what that might be the issue, but just pointing that out. And we can do it all at once, I think. Yeah, enable 9 or disable 9. Or we can do them one at a time. Maybe you don't want to run all the strategies, but that's how you would do it. Okay, did I miss something there? Okay, yeah, I think I went over dish and pags. Ah, VGR. Let's see. Hello, charts. Thank you. Okay. And look here we go on the intraday. Looks a little not the highest volume stock out there. Only kicked out about 157 today. So here we are looking at the daily. So it's, it looks like it's trying to wedge up here. It's reclaimed that 130 and kind of sitting right there on top of the orange line, which is the 10. So it looks like this is, if somebody put a gun to my head and said you must make a swing trade in VGR, then I would just say, okay, I think this is a pretty good risk level down here, right there at the $11 mark. Typically in situations like this, if I was going to use this level as a stop, since it's 11.13, what's another, 14 cents? I'd probably put it slightly under the whole number of 11. So we'd in effect be risking about 45 cents there. So above these moving averages currently and approaching the 200 day. So it tried one time, could only stay on top of it for one day, and then this became supply again. Now, you know, tried once here, stayed on top for a day, consolidating, going to come back up and test that level again. You know, kind of looks like a second mouse trade. It definitely has the potential to do that. But if it does get through, let's say it busts out with some pretty good volume and cracks that high back from the 14th, then where might we go? Well, if that would be the high, then we're right smack dab in the middle of this candle here. So anything in there could be in play. And notice how the top of that candle butts perfectly up against these 2 days or 3 days back in June, also coinciding with this level as well. But I think we definitely need to get a close back on top of that 200-day period again. So, Michael, I hope that makes sense to you. So, Eric, if you've got everything set up and you've got your data plan and everything's good to go and you've got everything set up properly, um, I know that Holly's not actively spitting out trades right now. I think the last trade, she spit out a few on the open or about 20 minutes in. 1, 2, 3, 4. We haven't had an alert or another trade from Holly since that point in time. So I guess in order to test, unless the AI spits out anything else today, you wouldn't get a good test to see if everything's working properly. Otherwise, it'll just be the next session. Now, in the meantime, Eric, have you, if you think something's not working properly, right? You can always just come up here to help and you can select to send your files to support. And then we'll be able to take a look at your log and say, okay, look, you were disconnected for some reason here, or this wasn't active or that wasn't active. So, no harm in doing that. You can go ahead and send those files in. That way we could take a look at them. Also, too, another thing that is a little frustrating when it happens is if I'm logged into my client and then I say, "Oh, I'm going to go over to the Trade Ideas website and click on that and look at some stuff. If you've logged into the website, it's going to log you in, and then it's going to disconnect you from the client. So just keep that in mind. Okay, and as we're talking, Annie has decided it wanted to get up and do a little dance. So a nice little break from this level here. Oh yeah, I turned my, I'll have to use the old school stuff here. Break from this level here, a pullback right to the breakout level, and then you can see the pattern repeating itself here. Another break of highs, little pullback to that level, and now we're pushing higher. We got about, well, I'm guessing about 14 cents of room before we run into a level that could be considered supply here. Of course, sometimes these smaller, thinner stocks, and I guess we're looking all the way back to this level here. No, that's 3. Sometimes these smaller, less liquid stocks, keep in mind, any only has 14 million in the float approximately, and typically we consider anything less than 20 million as a small float. The 200-day on VGR, Michael, was, we're looking right about 1160-ish. Hey, there's nothing wrong with a dividend, you know. Um, if you've got extra cash and you're just looking for passive income. But keep in mind, a stock always adjusts on that ex-dividend date, right? Typically to the tune of the amount of the dividend. You'll take a little price hickey, a little price pullback. Well, you're welcome. Yes, we always have to maintain the voice of reason. How about Run? Martin's asking about Run, or Marvin is asking about Run. Do I hear a click? Do I hear
You heard a
Barry?
big
Do I
sigh,
hear
and
Barry
I
milling around?
yeah, you do hear me milling around, and I love a price hickey. Never heard that
Yeah,
before. A little price hickey.
a little price pullback hickey
That's
thingy.
funny. So my Annie actually worked. I'm out of it now, but
Oh
that
yeah.
Annie worked pretty nicely in at 379. Took some out at 395. Popped
Uh-huh.
over 4. Thought maybe it could keep going. Moved back down to 4, and it might still go, but I'm out of it now. So not bad on a percentage basis.
Very nice, sir. And the market
Yeah.
continues to do nothing basically.
Well, the
Um,
market is so choppy. I cannot believe how choppy it is today.
oh, I know.
I mean, look at these bottoming tails and topping tails on the SPY 15-minute,
Yeah.
and it's just all over the place.
Yeah,
But
we'll take a look at that in just a second. Marvin was asking about Run. So Marvin, here's Run right here. It wedged up nicely and now it's making that move today, getting above that level. So, assuming we get that close above this line here, then you know, who's to say that this level here may not be in play? That topping wick that was put in back around the 23rd, you know, but looking good thus far. A close above here, maybe it moves sideways for a few days. Who knows? Maybe it jumps right up there, or maybe it takes 2 or 3 days to grind up there. But as long as we get that close above this level today, then that's definitely on the table.
so, Jamie, Eric or the Eric's having a problem
Yes,
with.
the Erics.
Now, I'm wondering, maybe could it be the limit offset even? Because I don't know how fast moving these stocks are. Are they trying to auto trade it? And if they're
Well,
trying to auto trade it,
one Eric is attempting to auto trade Holly. So we went over all the basic stuff: account assignment, proper account assignment, because that's easy to overlook.
mhm,
Um, Activating, making sure the strategies are also turned on or enabled.
mhm.
Once you get all that stuff set up. Um, the only issue right now is you can't really sit here and, I mean, the AI might pump out another trade today to test that
Mhm.
functionality, but it looks pretty, it looks like it had its little product
That's
time
run,
of
yeah.
productivity after the first 20 minutes. So if you want to test the auto functionality of Holly, only option is the next morning and making sure
Right.
everything is set up and then, sending us the logs if things don't work properly so we can get in there and give some insight into it.
But the other thing too is maybe, I mean, I don't know. I don't take the Holly trades, never auto fashion anyway, but I wonder about the limit offset. I mean, if it's maybe if a stock was moving fast enough,
Yeah, but I think
and
in
you
there
only had,
in his case the order didn't even go out because if the limit offset is not proper and you're not using market orders, right? So for
Mhm.
example, when Barry's talking about limit offset, if we're in the Holly tab and we go to set up our long trading instructions, you know, we can use market. That way you get all your fills, but you might take some significant slippage depending on the
Right.
spreads of those stocks. But if we go limit, then we do adjust our limit offset, which is when I did dabble in automation, that was my preference.
Hmm.
Because, it just ensures you're not going to take too big of a gouging if something has a 50-cent spread, right?
Exactly.
So if we
Exactly.
said, okay, limit offset of -8 cents, it's going to take the price of the alert, it's going to bump it up 8 cents, and it's going to put your bid in there. So if it's a small spread stock, you still get the same fill as you would in a market order. If the spread is smaller than your limit offset, and if it's not, then you might get hit on the bid. But then the risk is you might not get filled on the trade, and that's the one that worked, right?
Hmm.
Um, so I think though, I don't even think his orders were being submitted because, even if we had the limit offset and we didn't get filled, we could see the order go out
Right.
and then
Okay.
eventually cancel or, whatever.
So Eric
Um,
Larson, he says it was resolved with the default account settings, and then Eric Scott is talking about it, the socket set at 7490. That sounds familiar.
yes.
7496. That
Uh-huh.
sounds
Yeah, that's
familiar
the
for
old
live
IB
trading.
settings. Uh-huh.
Hmm.
Yeah. Okay, so Eric Larson, that's good. Account settings, that one gets a lot of people. And then on for Eric Scott, if you get everything set up properly and it's still not functioning, then just give us the old help and send the files to support. And that way we can get in there and dig around and see what might be causing the issue.
Okay, Jamie,
Yeah.
thank you
You're
again.
welcome, Barry. You're welcome.
Happy New Year. We'll see you. We'll see you after the New Year
That is true. And the market's
next Wednesday.
closed, next Monday, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. So 2 Mondays in a row. And
two
then we're
Mondays
back
in a row. That's
and then
right.
we're back to the regular well, I hate to even use the term regular markets because what does that even mean?
With trade ideas, you can always find stuff to trade. I don't care
Exactly.
what
But,
day. Seriously, I
it
mean,
is exciting, we're approaching all-time highs, so, hey,
mhm.
volatility is gonna be there.
Yeah.
All right, my
Okay.
friend.
Okay. Thanks, Jamie. We'll talk to you next week.
See you later. Bye-bye. Happy New Year, everybody.
Okay, guys, I am now in both rooms. Yes, I'm in both rooms, and now I'm going to get my music going. Jamie, I decided I took the any, okay, guys. Got in at I wish I got in at 362. Got in at 379. Okay. It hung around, wasn't like a rocket ship right off the bat. It hung around this area right here for quite a while. Took some out at 395. It popped over four. Thought, all right, this is really going to rip. And then as it started coming back down to four, I got rid of the rest. So not a bad trade on a percentage basis. And just decided, after seeing what up did, and up came right back down to five, and now it's back up again. So, man, now I do see that we had a couple since I was on my break of our ARBK. 373 was the alert. It's at 373 right now. another crypto play. So we've got two crypto plays there. And then the PTN, which is not a, crypto play, I don't believe anyway. PTN, let's see what it's doing. 414. So yeah, so I've got an alert set here again, just to see if it can take that out later on in the day. 414. Doesn't look like the BUR is going to do it. I have my price alert. I did not get the alert. You can see that green, that blue line is still blue. Mm. Am I muted again? You mean in YouTube, I muted again? Hmm. In YouTube, I'm not muted again here. I'm not in the main room. I'm okay, right? So it must be when I got and I had to take over the screen again, and that whatever happened there. So am I mute? Pepe probably knows. Am I muted in YouTube again? Of course, I have no idea what Michael did. He said he clicked on a bunch of stuff. Oh, okay. Why are you saying I'm muted again then, Moscaldo? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Pepe. Thanks, guys, and YouTube also. So anyway, there's the any and is CIPR on my watch list? I don't think so, but let me take a look. CIPR. Or are you talking CIFR? Are you talking CIFR? You're probably talking CIFR, not CIPR. Where's the P and the F? No, you probably meant CIFR, right? It's not on my watch list anymore. I mean, it was this morning, yes, but yeah, that's the best thing to do, Eric, is send in the logs. I am certainly not an expert in using Brokers Plus. Jamie is way more. Pepe is way more. Now, the other thing, I don't know if Jamie actually said this, but we don't agree with auto trading. But it can't stop you, I guess, from doing it. But we don't agree with auto trading, though I'm not sure that would really have anything to do with it. If you can't, if the orders are, even if you decided to manually send the trades and they're not doing it. All right, guys. Now let me take a look at this ARBK a little more carefully. So we had the alert at 373. So there's the high. Maybe if it takes out the high. However, let's take a look at the monthly chart, see where it could go. Hmm. So guys, the next high on the daily chart actually is the same as this high in the monthly chart, and that's 423. So it's got some room. It's got a little bit of room. Hmm. And now look at the SPY. Yeah, AJ, look at the SPY. Are you talking about? Look at this crazy day we've had. Look at all these bottoming tails. Sellers tried to knock this down many, many, many times. One, two, three, four, five, six, basically six 15-minute candles in a row. We had some big bottoming tails, and the buyers kept closing it higher. Look at this SPY, crazy action. So I mean, if you've been in stock that are kind of a little more reliant on the market, you've been probably whipsawed out. All right, guys, I'm just looking at, boy, that CYTK. Wish I still had my CYTK. Of course, I would have been out of it when it got down to that 75 level. Yeah, as we're talking, I mean, yeah, the VWAP held at 75.28. Now, the VWAP has increased. When we were looking at this before, the VWAP was down here around 75, 74.50. So, of course, the VWAP is a moving target all day long. Ah, 1 o'clock. Yeah, the 1 o'clock action, maybe the 5-year note action, maybe Casa, maybe. William's not here. By the way, William is not going to be able to keep the room open today till 4. So when I take off at 3, that'll be it for both rooms. Okay. Let me get my sound alert toggle back on. So there's PTN now, guys, back at the alert price. PTN back at the alert price. I'm just so influenced by these next highs looking left, of course. That's the way I look at things. And, I may have to change my tune a little bit when it comes to these abnormal for this combo scan. I may have to change a little bit and not be so influenced because so far what I'm seeing, look at this market. So far what I'm seeing is that it's not as important as some of the other ones that I see. Just because this is certainly very, very abnormal activity for any stock showing up here. And they may not be as influenced by things like the next high looking left. I mean, usually it's just one day. It's not like it's a whole series of days. So look at this market. Look at this market action. Now, this was a good one from our AI. I actually saw this one also, the EWTX. I saw this one earlier. It was not, yeah, the option volume was too light. Otherwise, it would have appeared. It needs to be 500 minimum. But I was seeing it here. And you can see every time it made a new high. So 1175 is the high of the day right up here. See if they have any news on this one. Yeah, gains on, wait a minute. I don't see any specific news. I mean, I see that they're going to be presenting at the 42nd annual JP Morgan conference on January 9th, but that's, it's in the future. This is Saito. I don't know, maybe it's a sympathy play. Dorito boosted chair. Yeah, there we go. So this is a sympathy play to CYTK. There you go. So on that note, guys, I'm going to do my video. What time is it now? 13:13, 1:13. So okay, 1:23. Okay, so I'll mute myself in both rooms. Hopefully that won't affect YouTube. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, DMTK. Let's take a look at DMTK. This does not, yeah, not too many options right now. 148, but that's why it's in here and not here. So my way of thinking on this, what's happening in the combo scan is, pay attention to the crypto plays. I mean, these are the ones that are definitely alive right now, the crypto plays. So the ARBK, I'm going to pay attention to it. 373 is the alert. So it's still up here. It's just sort of chopping around a little bit. Now, these ones in brown are the ones on the way down. I really haven't paid that much. I don't think I've shorted a stock for a while. There was a time for a few weeks, it seemed like that's all I was doing, but now I'm going long most things. Hmm. I'm trying to see where ABSI alerted. First, I don't actually see it. Must be some filter but I don't see it in my don't repeat of this scan. I don't see it anywhere. Oh man, this Miggy, MIGI. Talked about it earlier, and I'm sure most of us are going to think, well, that's got to be it, right? Today, that's got to be it. And he's back to 4. Well, the thing is, Smitten, normally, this is the don't repeat version of this, okay? Unless I cannot see it, I just don't see it here. Yet it's up here. I mean, there's got to be a reason for it. I mean, that's the whole idea. That's the whole idea of having the don't repeat version here, and then this is the repeating version. There will be a reason. You mean right at the top here? Of course it did. I don't know why I was looking down here. I just assumed that it had alerted earlier. Of course, right there. Thank you, Pepe, for the thousandth time. Now, Iowa. Iowa's just alerting on the way down now. Where could it go? Boy, there's some room. There is some room, guys. There's the 200-day moving average at 627. That's far enough away. The next low looking left is 636. That's kind of far enough away. Just give me a moment, guys. I have a bit of lag here. Unload. Okay, so it obviously though wasn't above normal enough. Okay, it had, because as Pepe said, I had in the abnormal option activity scan, it got at 467 was the price. The relative volume was 4.45. Now the minimum in here has to be 3. So it's possible that it didn't hit 3 until that time. And it's very possible it was down here, relative volume could have been down here also over 3. But remember, this is a new high of the day alert. So yeah, it's very possible that the relative volume was fine down here even as it was ramping up, but I wouldn't get a trigger until it took out that high right there. Annie is getting interesting again. Meanwhile, Miggy just keeps making, look at this EWTX, EWTX. Wow. Well, let's back this out. I did my video on this one and I said, let's take a look. Where could it go on the monthly chart based on the monthly chart? And this still has room on the monthly chart. 1455 is the next high in the monthly chart. I'm not saying I don't know where the next high in the daily chart is, but Yeah, okay, for fun, unpack this out, see if I can find the next high. Looks like over a year ago. Looks like the next high is around. I don't like doing this. Too hard to see. Looks like 1311. Looks like 1311 or so is the next high, or 1268. It's very hard to see. Could be 1268. One thing for sure, it happened in this month. Okay, last September 2022. Okay, that's where the next high on the daily chart is. This CYTK, this will be super interesting to see what happens with it tomorrow. Does it have one more day? So, I mean, it's almost back to the high. 83.91, $84 approximately is the high of the day. I don't know if it's Apple, AJ. Somebody said it was the bond auction at 1 o'clock. That's what accounted for the big spy pop here, anyway. Man, I get so many of these alerts that are near a phone number, and I look left, and I just think there's so much resistance. And this is not on the this is not on the combo scan, so I'm going to ignore it. Then look how choppy it is. SLNH up down, topping tails, bottoming tails. Now this bone biologics, this has gone crazy. Probably had a pullback. Yeah, had this pullback, but now it's at the high of the day, and it's a very low float. If we can believe it, 345,000 shares in the float. And the next high looking left, 464, it's above that. 474, then 488. If it can clear five somehow, man, I don't know when bond auctions are. I don't know if it's like, the FOMC. I don't think it's like that. Somebody might be able to tell me. I don't know. William's not in the room, so are the bond auctions scheduled? Is there a bond auction schedule? I guess that's the question. Usually they're at 1 o'clock, I think, but I don't know if there's an actual schedule. Briefing.com. I haven't gone to their website in a long time. Yeah, I don't know where it is. It might be there somewhere, Christine, but I don't know where it is on their website. Okay, I have an alert set for MLTX. For some reason, this was done on October 16th, okay, at 9:03 in the morning, pre-market for some reason, MLTX. I can see why. This is now an all-time high right now for MLTX. Not a lot of volume actually, and the relative volume is only 0.45, but when I set the alert, I had no idea when it would trigger, if it would trigger. So that's almost it's over 2 months ago that I put that alert in. Well, I think you have IB, don't you, Baba? So I don't know if I'm going to be able to find any information about for a BBLG. I don't see any specific. Yeah, nothing that I can see today. It's just a low float, and some group somewhere in the world probably said, let's do it today with BBLG for a while. I don't see any news on it. Trading Terminal. I haven't looked at their website for a long time. So it doesn't look like that bond, if it was, it doesn't look like it was listed today, unless I'm looking in the wrong area. The last thing I see is unless it's in a different area than I'm looking. Page two? I gotta go to page two? All right. There it is. Yeah. Okay. The 5-year note auction. I guess the question was, is there a schedule of that? Like when will be the next one? But thank you for that, as always, Pepe. Is there an actual schedule when these auctions are supposed to happen? They seem to happen at 1 o'clock Eastern. You know what, guys? I'm not giving completely up on the BUR, the BUR. Kind of coming back a little bit, kind of hanging in this area. I still have an alert set for around 1614, I think. So for instance, there is one tomorrow at 11:30, the 4-week bill auction. I don't know if that's important or not. That's tomorrow at 11:30 Eastern Time. And then there's a 7-year note auction. Yeah, so there is one tomorrow. The 7-year note auction at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Just looking at the calendar. So maybe we'll have some more fireworks at I don't know, 11:30 and maybe 1 o'clock. So I guess the trick is just to take a look at that calendar every day and map it out. Thank you, Pepe. A billion shares for bets. It was in a 1 cent stock. Yeah. Yeah, 2.8 billion. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I mean, you would think they're going to get some kind of a Nasdaq delisting notice, do a 1,000 to 1 reverse split. Well, guys, CYTK, I have to put an alert at the high of the day. I mean, I really do. I am going to put an alert at the high of the day for CYTK and see if it, number one, gets close to it. It's very close. I think it's not a little more than $1 away. So after that bit of a shock here, when it sold off almost $10, and okay, Wainwright has a $94 price target. Okay, for CYTK. Well, during market hours, question is when is the high of the SPY? What is the high of the SPY? It's getting closer. So in this month, January of 2022, looks like the high was 479.98. So basically 480. So getting closer and closer. So not bonds, just bills. Okay. See, I don't know. I don't follow any of that. I guess I should based on what the SPY did there, but And I have an alert set for that high, for the SPY high, that blue line that is set for the SPY high. Look at this move from when it was 400 and that was it. The world was crashing. 409, that was it. SPY was going to go get through 400. What a move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So over 2 months straight up on the weekly chart for the SPY. So here's another low floater, guys. Not very much volume though, 336,000. 5.6 relative volume. So the relative volume is good, but not a lot of volume really. And that's for the PPSI. And I look left and I see the next high is around 680. MIGI, another new high. Just hearing in my 10-day daily breakout, another new high for MIGI. Almost at 4. Just unbelievable. Low float, yeah. I mean, it's not crazy low. It's a low, 14 million, but it's not like one of those really low floaters. And yet it's just every single day, except for this day here, 12/20, December 21st. But every other day has been solidly up, 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 up. And the nice thing in the last 2 days anyway, closed near the high of the day. Let's see what happens today. Okay, Paradox. Good for you. Boy, the spread even tightened on the EWTX. Only a penny now. So I guess you can see why the MIGI is going so crazy. I mean, look at this monthly chart. So look where it came from. I mean, this is probably my guess is that they did a reverse split. I may be wrong. I don't recall this being up at $100, but I may be wrong. So on the monthly chart, the next high is wow, 630. That is for MIGI. I mean, so in theory, this has still got some room if you look at a monthly chart. Now, this is shortable for me at Interactive Broker. So are we coming into what could be resistance? Again, this is just a complete sympathy play with CYTK. That's all. That's the only reason this is up. I don't think they put any news out on their own, but it's just a sympathy play. I'm assuming you're talking about bets shady, right? I'm not sure he was long or anything like that. I think he was just sort of more questioning why, why is it allowed to still trade when it's at like 1 cent on NASDAQ? This is a Bitcoin, yeah, Valkyrie Bitcoin miners ETF, guys. So this is saw this one last week. So this is the ETF for the Bitcoin miners, WGMI. I'm just looking at past press releases for Miggy. I'm just trying to see if, yeah, so Wise Pharma to change the name to Mawson Infrastructures. Yeah, that was back in, wow, that's a long time ago. At least that's where the first announcement, I don't know when it happened, but that is March 24th of 2021. So they used to be WIZP, Wise Pharma, to change the name to MIGI, MIGI. That was back in, I don't know when they actually changed it. I don't know if that was the actual date, but so they did have a symbol name change. It's a great way, because it starts trading as well. Okay, there you go. But it didn't really help. Of course, that's almost 3 years ago or over 3 years ago. So, as Baba's saying, they did a reverse split, 1 for 6 reverse split. April 27th. Okay. Oops, let me get this at the top here. Something is, wow. Okay, guys, am I missing the boat on RBK, ARBK? Tell you, when these become really interesting is when you look left and there is a ton of room. Now today we haven't seen like a ton of room on any one of them really. Maybe the BUR. Now, most of them have worked to a certain degree though. I'm talking about the combo scan here. All right, guys. Well, I'm not seeing too much here. All right, maybe take a look at FUSN. FUSN looks like it's trying to move off 9. FUSN. Trying to move off, yeah, it's trying to move off 9, guys, and the next highs are, the 930 level. So the VWAP kind of held it. 891 is the VWAP, and it kind of held that area. Hey guys, Fusion looks really interesting here. FUSN. Some other moving averages held it also. So the VWAP kind of held it. Some moving averages, the 10 SMA and the 15, the 8 EMA. Oops, look at the market now, guys. Crazy, crazy action again. Let me just turn this computer off. I mean, this is, yeah, look at the spine now. Some crazy action. Yeah, tough day to trade if you're trading things that more or less follow the market because I mean, you're just being whipped out of positions, in my opinion, anyway. I mean, this is just really. But you know what doesn't care? Up. Look at up, right back up again. So I mean, the trend has been up. It did have the pullback, but rising bottoms, higher lows. So here is, yeah, okay, this is the flip of the momentum scan, okay? This is one moving down, DEI. Wow, look at this on the daily chart. I mean, underneath it has 1379, so about $1 underneath, and that is DEI. Guys, Fusion making a little bit of a move. But look at this DEI. I mean, there is the next low looking left, about $1 away on the daily chart. Kind of moving with the market, these last two red bar. I mean, it was already down for the day, but this is maybe furthering it down. So the Bitcoin play, I think BTM, I'm sure of it, BTM, yeah, or is it Bitcoin Depot. Messy looking to me anyway on this daily chart, very messy. Was not moving higher. I mean, look at all these days it was moving down when most of the Bitcoin stocks were moving higher. Okay, guys, it's 2:05. So one last look at my homepage as we settle into an extremely choppy day now. All right, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here, and here's a promo code you can use to get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. If you currently have a monthly plan, by the way, you can take this code and get 25% off a year. Okay, if you currently have a monthly plan. And as always, if you're going to at some point in time take out a subscription, please use my promo. Come into the room, please use my promo code. This will really help to keep this room free. Okay, that's the goal, to keep the room free. And if you do take out a subscription, please do the Get Started. It'll take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 short videos. Trading 101 if you're new to trading, a series of videos that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together, all free. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, you'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. There was none this week. There will not be none. When I say none, there was not one this week. There will not be one next week. It'll resume the week after. Big education section is here. And then if you're looking for my scans, here they are. The ones that I'm sharing currently. This is the one that I pay a lot of attention to, the combo scan. The bottom of the right hand column. Okay, that's the scan I really pay attention to. I have other scans, of course, I'm sharing, but this is the one I really pay attention to. And again, this is a support room also, so don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long. So the best thing you can do, AK, is to go into. I just asked the question, okay? There are people in accounting there right now. They'll let you know how it can work, okay? So just let me put the homepage link in. So if you click on the homepage link, so click on the homepage link and there need help, just click on the need help and then ask the question and just give them your email address. Okay, here we have people waiting. Give them your email address so they can look up your account and they'll let you know what can be done. I don't get involved in the accounting at all, so I can't help you there. But certainly, all you have to do is that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dip Buyer. Okay, guy. Oh, here's one that just showed up in the abnormal option activity not too long ago. 149. Let's see if it's moved any. RLMD, Relmada Therapeutics. Hmm. Well, on the weekly chart, the next high is it's above that high. So, no, I'm sorry. 409 is the next high on the weekly chart. Low float, 25 million, not crazy low, but it is low float. Don't see any specific news on it. Didn't see this one at all. Look at this candle. Wow. So the market, so NAS is down a little, SPY's down a little, NAS is up a little. Okay, guys, I'm not too interested. How about this BBLG? Is it still hanging around that 5 level, BBLG? Ooh, not even close. Look at that pullback from 5 down to 4. Okay, enough of that one. Oh man, look how far this one fell now. The ANVS got right into that daily high. Look at that red line, hit that red line, stopped it in its tracks. 22.50, so a $4 drop now for ANVS. Now, what are the odds that the next candle will be a giant green one? Or a couple of red ones with big bottoming tails and then a green one to wipe all this out? You know, guys, this fusion looks pretty good still. FUSN looks pretty good, holding over 9. Of course, it's been a high flyer. It hasn't been too affected by the market. Obviously not affected at all. I'd be keeping an eye on this fusion, guys, FUSN. I mean, if it holds this level, high of the day is not that far away. High of the day is 935, FUSN. High in the pre-market was up here at around 959. Well, if this was a bit of a different day, I'd be looking at this IREN and a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. Red bar ignored, you'll see what I'm talking about. So that red bar right there, that's the previous 15-minute candle, totally engulfed by the previous one. So 928 would have been the trigger, 929 or so. Oh yeah, the market has ripped from January 1. Good buyer for sure. Look at this rip. I mean, this is again the ETF for the Bitcoin miners. How much volume? Not bad. How do I remove in my 10 days alert stocks that have already gapped up in the pre-market? Not sure I know what you mean, copy, but 100% sure I know what you mean. I mean, how if is an alert? Are you talking about getting rid of a stock in an alert window as an example? Or am I missing something? So you cannot go and just say, you know what, I don't want to see this one anymore and kind of highlight it and say remove or anything like that. Okay, you can't do that. Now, the only thing you can do, but that'll clear everything. So you can go, you can right click, and where's the clear? Clear, and then that'll start you afresh. So if you have a list of stuff, so as long as you don't mind getting rid of them all, except for maybe the last one, okay? I think the last one remains. So you can go to your alert window and right click and clear. And I think the last one remains on top and that's it. And that'll get rid of everything underneath, if that's what you want. But if you're looking to cherry pick, get rid of this one, get rid of that one, you cannot cherry pick them out. Yeah, well, listen, we've got these two bottoming tails now in the SPY, and again, so what are the bets that the next candle will be green, and maybe it won't wipe this out, but maybe I'll get half. Depends when it closes. The course 220, so still has 10 minutes for this to close. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to do that. You're talking about, so for instance, BTCS just showed up, and you'd like to have that as somehow a new color. I don't think there's any way to do that just because it shows up. I mean, the idea, of course, is that you'll see it. It'll be right at the top, but and if you're talking about, okay, maybe this is what you mean. So a brand new stock showing up here. Yeah, I don't think there's any way to have, have it look through the system and say, "Hey, this is a brand new one, so put a different color." I don't think there's any way to do that. Now, you can do what I do though, is, I'll have the don't repeat. So, of course, the don't repeat will show you like a new stock right at the top. So, I mean, this is the don't repeat version of the abnormal option. So this is the first time, this looks really full, doesn't it? But really, there are only what, about 15 stocks in all for the entire day. I'm wrong. I'm sorry. A few more. Scroll down. Yeah, that's what I do. The only one I don't have a don't repeat on, I don't have a don't repeat on this. Maybe I should, but I have a don't repeat on the option activity, and I have a don't repeat on the daily breakouts. Interesting. No breakdowns at all that met the scan requirements. And I do that again because I can then go back in time and say, okay, here's up. This is the repeating version up. Where was the first alert? And there it is at 9:49 at 461. So it did get up to 557 at 208. Speaking of up, another new high for the day. Whoa, Annie is over four also. Interesting. I thought you were going to leave a lot earlier, Todd. I thought you did okay, and then you said you were going to leave. Or was that yesterday? Maybe all the days are running together. Oh, that was yesterday. Okay, sorry. Always welcome. Just stick around all day, of course. But I thought that was today. You were saying that was it. Oh, you're welcome, Todd. Now, where could Annie go? So yeah, on the monthly chart, $6.30. That's right. I remember this now. $6.30. And we're not saying it's going to get to 630, but that is the next high on the monthly chart. I will back out the weekly chart just to see. The weekly chart high is 414. So you can see, if it takes out 414, then the next high is 483. So I'm going to stick an alert up there, 414, and see if it takes it out. Maybe tomorrow, maybe today. I mean, you know, it's crazy, isn't it? I mean, look at this. This is almost, what time is it? 2:27. So another little less than 3 minutes for this candle to close. And, it depends where it closes, of course, but it may, in fact, equal this red bar. Yeah, I would not want to be trying to time these indices for trades today. So I was asked for a scan that, uh, so you can take a look at active stocks that haven't gapped too much at the beginning. Okay, it wasn't asked in either of these rooms. So this is what I've got. You might want to run it. I might run it tomorrow just to see what sort of alerts we get from it. So let me just show you what it looks like. What did I call it? Small gap breakout shared. Okay, see what it looks like, and it's pretty good right now. There's up, but this is what it's looking for. Okay, so if you don't want the new low, fine. You can always get rid of that. There's a new high. So it's all about the open. Okay. So what we're doing is we're restricting the open to no more than 1% above the close, yesterday's close. Okay. So in other words, you're not going to see a big gapper. So let's just take a up. Let's take a look at up as an example. I can't open this without closing the. So up closed yesterday at, looks like it closed at 437. Opening print was 447. So it had not gapped up a huge amount. Okay. So the gap is restricted. Still has to be a somewhat dynamic stock, though. It still has to have a high relative volume. It just well, high, minimum of 2. It just hasn't had the big gap yet. And then who knows? Maybe later on in the day, it starts to really run. So if you want this one, I can give it to you. And of course, you can always change the parameters, the price range, the minimum volume, all sorts of things. But that's the theory behind it. Okay. Whoops. I'd rather do it this way. Again, I call that small gap breakout. And I'll run it tomorrow. I'll just see what sort of alerts we get from it. Possible runner. I don't know. That's not from me. Maybe it was real. I'm not sure. Possible runner. Let's see. Maybe if it is real, I may have saved it if I saved it under that name. So let me just do a look. PO Doesn't look like I saved it under that name if I did. How about runner? Nope, I don't have anything. So it might have been somebody else. So it wasn't real. He's not recognizing it either. Chris, well, he's back. Let me just ask him. Okay, so he's going to check his cloud. Okay, and I put it in the general section. Okay, where all the other traders see. So if it wasn't Chris, it wasn't Steve either. And Chris is going to check his cloud. He doesn't recall it. Nope, it's not Chris either. Ah, well, if you shared it, do you have it still in your cloud? Oh, you just shared it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You shared it. I'm sorry. I should read. There you go, Real. I thought you had something like that. Okay, now I can explain it better. So again, with this small gap breakout, so the first print of the day, remember what the gap is. The first print of the day cannot be more than, it has to be less than 1% above yesterday's close or down 1%, no more than down 1% from yesterday's close. Again, if you don't want to see the lows, you can just uncheck that. Okay, so that, remember what that's the first print of the day. But then in order to see the alert, it has to be at least 3% now from the open or down 3%. Okay. And then so in other words, the opening print is less than 1% from the close, either on the upside or the downside, but now it is starting to move. Okay. Because it has to be at least 3%. But the gap has been restricted. So that first print of the day is not like a wild gap up, if that makes sense. I'll watch it tomorrow. Okay, the 10-day position alert, but not above the 10-day. So it has to be, but you want it close to the 10-day high. Is that what you mean? Coffee? I don't understand when you say you want to see stocks that have 100 plus in the 10 days position alert, but not above it. So are you trying to, you want to see stocks that are close to the 10-day high, just not above it? Okay, that's simple. Here's your range filter, your position in 10-day range. Okay, so here is your position in 10-day range, percentage-wise. So you add the filter. So you just put the max at something less than 100%. So if you want to see, between 95 and 95, 99% as an example, whatever filter, whatever percent you want, but just put in the max, put, again, whatever percentage you want. If you put 99, it's going to be very close to the 10-day high. But it'll just be a smidge underneath. So if you put 95 to 99, you'll see stocks within 1 to 5% of the all-time of the 10-day high in that range. Does that make sense? So is that what you want? Okay, well, there's the max 99, but you want to have a min though, don't you? Because I mean, if you don't put a min here, it could be anywhere from 0, like right at the low, right? Are you talking about a maximum of 99 stocks? I see, I'm a little confused. Are you talking about a maximum of 99 stocks? In which case you'd have to use a top list. So I'm confused. Are you talking about you don't want it to be you want it to be less than the 10-day high? So you could put 99 in the max. That'll make sure it's less than the 10-day high. But you want to have a minimum too, because otherwise, if you left that blank, it could be right at the bottom in the 10-day range. So but maybe I'm misunderstanding. Are you looking for a maximum of 99 stocks? In which case you'd have to use a top list in which you can restrict the number of stocks. Confused you? Boy, remember the last time we looked at this BBLG? It got up to 5, it pulled all the way back to 5 or to 4, and now look at it. They're a real tough trader, guys. Tough trader. And it's all because of the float. I mean, look at that. It got up to 5, down to 4, down to 4, little pop here, pop here. So again, I'm trying to figure out, are you talking about you don't want to see more than 99 stocks? Or are you talking about not wanting to see the stock above the 10-day high? I shouldn't ask two questions, but maybe you can answer in a way which I can understand. Because a topless window, I can go right click time frame and set record count, and I could put maximum of 100. So I would never see more than 100. But you can only do that in a topless window. You cannot restrict the number in an alert window. Okay, you want it to be above the 10-day high. Well, it's like I do here. So I put 100 right there in the min. So that means it has to be right at, well, more than likely it's going to be above, it's going to be a little bit above. I mean, if I put 101 in there, that would mean it would be above the 10-day high. I just put 100. I mean, it's most, I would say that virtually all the stocks that come through here are going to be, above the 10-day high. So if you look back at all the previous 10-day candles, it'll be at a 10-day high. Is that what you mean? Remember, this is the position in the 10-day range. So if I put 100, so, look what happens. First alert of the day was FWBI as an example. I know for sure this is going to be way above. So if I go back 10 days, I mean, obviously this is way above. Well, not now, not now it is, but when we got the alert, it was way up here, way above. Okay, so now what you're trying to do, okay. You want it to be above the 10-day high, but not so above the 10-day high. Okay, now I get you. Well, if you use 100, you'll probably get no alerts whatsoever. Okay, that's probably just too restricted. I mean, you may get one, you may get, it has to be right at the 10-day high. So this is what I would do: use that same filter. So this time you put 100. Now you could put, I mean, don't put 100 because if you do, you'll probably get no alerts. Okay, that means it's right at the 10-day high. I mean, you may get the odd alert. I would probably put, I don't know, 102, 103, 105, something like that in the max. So you're not going to get it excessively above, if that makes sense. I mean, you can put 100, but you may not get any alerts. The price is exactly 100% at the 10-day high. You may not get any alerts. So you might want to have just give it a little wiggle room. You could try it. Okay. I mean, you put 100 in both of these and that you'll get it exactly at the 10-day high. You can try it, see what happens. Just put 100 in both the min and the max. Okay, see what happens then. Well, again, if you put 100 in both, see what sort of alerts you get, if any, because you're talking about, it has to be then right at the 10-day high. I probably wouldn't do that, but try it. I guess, all you can do is try it. If you're not getting any alerts, then make the max 101, 102. Okay, guys, 2:47. So I'm going to be wrapping up in a little more than 10 minutes. Okay. Pepe, I don't know. We maybe just take every one of them, take every single one of them, a few hundred shares of each tomorrow and just do it. I don't know if you're still auto trading. I don't think you are. You're not auto trading in your simulator because you told me you didn't take up. But even the look at the ARBK 373, 412 now. You first. I mean, the only one I think that has not moved is the PTN. And that's at 414. And yeah, I mean, well, I mean, even that, I mean, I don't call that a big winner, but it did get up to 424. But every other one of these, if you check the original, I'm not just talking to Pepe, but if you check the original price of the alert and the time and check to see what it did afterwards, I mean, it's pretty amazing. Problem is, it's not like they moved immediately. That's the issue, of course. They didn't move immediately. So Pepe, can you massage it so that they move immediately? We don't have to wait. I mean, look at up. My goodness, 480. This is now a dollar move now. Basically a dollar move from the original alert. Get right at, yeah. I mean, how hard can that be? The problem is trying to hold on through all this, in something like this with a low float. That's the big problem, of course. I'm going to do it tomorrow, at least in the simulator for sure. I'll take 100 shares of each one of them just to see what happens. I mean, that's not the way I would trade them normally, but I just want to see what would happen. Okay. 25 cents, right? Interesting. And Steve, of course, would say he'd look at this up and say see how well it's holding that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. That's the blue line on the 15. That's what he would say. Boy, I mean, it's just a great move. 373 right there. There's the candle right there. Well, all sorts of opportunity to get in it. And then right here at 145 is when it really, but even then you had the next candle work right down, but then that was the big move. All right, guys, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. I'll be shutting down pretty soon, though. And of course, it helps with this ARBK. It's in the right sector, guys. I mean, anything crypto right now, all these little crypto plays right now, they're just alive. You know what I should no, I don't want to do the auto. I don't want to auto trade it. I don't want to get people the idea they could auto trade. But yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it tomorrow for sure. If I forget, you remind me. But I should I'm gonna put a note right now on tomorrow's sheet. Take each combo in sim. And maybe try to hold it right to the end of the day and just see what happens. The problem is where do you put a stop, you know? But yeah, just for demonstration, yeah, what is a stop? Exactly. What is a stop? Maybe what I should do is remember how to do this. You know what I'm trying to do? No, account. That's what I need. So this will, and I won't forget. Okay. So tomorrow, all set. I'll just create a simulated trading account called Combo, and I will take every one of those tomorrow in the simulator in the Combo. I mean, I have to do something with something like the ANVS. I mean, I could not allow it to go from 2241 all the way back down to 17. Or maybe I could. Maybe who knows? Maybe this goes right back up at the end of the day. That's the thing. Okay, guys, it's 2:57 now. Are there any other questions? If there are no other questions, I think I'm going to shut down. So unfortunately, William is not here today, so he cannot keep the room open till 4. So I'll be shutting down now, both rooms. Okay. So thank you for all the help today. Looking forward to tomorrow, taking all those trades in the simulator. All these, well, we don't know what's going to show up tomorrow, of course, but we'll take them all in the simulator and let's see what happens. Okay. I don't see any other questions. So hopefully I don't have a problem with YouTube tomorrow starting it, but I will restart my computer also today, so I don't usually do that. I put it to sleep. This time I will start my computer or restart it. Okay, guys, so screen sharing gone. Muting myself now. And now the same thing for people left in YouTube.